You know what goes well with pizza from Santa Lucia Pizza. They've been the leaders in quality since 1971, and now they just keep winning award after award after award. So, sounds like they know a thing or two about making tasty pizza. How about this? When you're getting ready on game day, choose one of Santa Lucia Pizza's many specials or combos and find out why time and time again it's listed as Manitoba's favorite pizza.
Santa Lucia Pizza.
It's all about the sauce.
When games are played, when there's a trade, sports news has been made. You'll hear all about it. 25 after the hour on 680 CJOB. All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Winnipeg Jets Hockey Club is expressly prohibited. Live from American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas, this is Winnipeg Jets Hockey on 680 CJOB. Now here's the voice of your Winnipeg Jets, Paul Edmonds.
It's certainly been a day where hockey meets real life, and that couldn't be more poignant for the Winnipeg Jets than with the passing of Mark Scheifele's father, Brad, last night. It's been a tough day around the rink, to say the least, one that has affected not only one of the team's top players, but the entire group of Winnipeg Jets, and right before their most important game of the year. But as you might expect, Mark Scheifele will play in this game tonight, which is exactly what his father wanted to happen. And it's more than probable that the team will rally around today's situation to try and win another hockey game. If so, then the Jets will push this series with the Dallas Stars to the distance and force a seventh and deciding game in Winnipeg, a place the Scheifele's considered to be their second home. And Mitchell Clinton, it's uncertain how this game will be played out, especially on the side of the heavy-hearted Jets. But it shouldn't hurt that Winnipeg is playing for one win and one family tonight, specifically.
That's right, Paul. It was a pretty quick decision for Mark Scheifele to play in this game and be with his teammates despite the incredibly sad news he and his family received. Being around his teammates is exactly where he feels he needs to be, and it's exactly where Brad Scheifele wants him to be at this moment. And you can bet those Jets teammates of his will somehow find another level on top of the desperation the team already has to play with to support their alternate captain and friend. Scheifele has been a driver for this team for over a decade. Tonight, he'll do his best to lead the way once again. And whether it's on the ice or off the ice, you know his teammates will be right there every step of the way.
It's the Jets and the Dallas Stars, Game 6, and it's coming up next. You're listening to Play Now, Winnipeg Jets Hockey on the radio home of the Jets, Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
From the gridiron to the ice.
Been that way forever.
You're not wrong.
City Hall to the movie theaters.
This one's getting pretty good reviews.
Let me check it out sometime when it's on home video.
CJOB covers all the highlights with our daily podcasts. Hits from every show.
Sometimes that's all we're getting, right? Pretty scary stuff.
And game day coverage.
He's looking at the crowd. He's smiling a bit because he's still relishing in the win.
CJOB on Apple Podcasts and wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Lowry moving in, shoot.
Jets fans, it's your chance to win big all night long with our playoff 50-50 raffle. Get your tickets now for a shot at multiple cash prizes during the game, ranging from $1,000 to $25,000. Plus, one lucky winner will take home 50% of the total sales at the end of the series. Don't miss out. Text JETS to 20450 for your chance to win. That's JETS to 20450.
This is Winnipeg Jets Hockey on 680 CJOB.
Well, as we get ready for game number 6, Winnipeg is looking to push this series to Monday night at 6:30 in Game 7. They have not won on the road. They've lost 5 straight over the course of the playoffs. We'll just deal with that number this year because as players and coaches will tell us, people like us, Mitchell, it's a different year. And they've lost 5 in a row on the road. But here they come, feeling pretty good about themselves. Not only the last game of the road here in Dallas where they did lose 3-1, but then going back and shutting out Dallas 4-0 a couple of nights ago to push this series to Game 6. And then heartbreak here today from the Scheifele
Winnipeg Jets refuse to.
And it would be the passing of Mark Scheifele's father. And for me, there was no doubt that Mark Scheifele was going to play in this game. I know that people deal
so you know what
with
that means
anxiety.
Tomorrow night. So
they
you know what
deal with adversity, and they certainly deal with death in different ways. But for me, Mark would want to be on the ice. It's 3 hours of escapism for him from the reality of his father passing last night and finding out today.
But you know what
and
that
then
means
from that
this evening in downtown
the
Winnipeg.
team's going to rally around him, and he will play tonight. There's no doubt. And it's his father's wishes.
Yeah.
And so how can you deny that? But I wonder how all of this is going to play out this evening for the Jets, and particularly for number 55.
Yeah, and he's not going to have to wait long for his first shift. Spoiler alert. His line will start in this game. And I think, Scott Arniel, didn't spend time really at the rink at the morning skate. He knew where he had to be, and that was with Mark Scheifele back at the hotel. And Arniel told us, it was a pretty quick conversation. It's exactly what he wants to do. And, you're going to take the advice of your player in that situation. And you're right, Paul. Everybody kind of deals with grief in different ways and how you handle it. But I completely agree that for some people, being able to jump on the ice and, do the very thing that I'm sure they spent hours on hours on hours on hours talking about, which is the game of hockey, I would imagine that that's exactly where he would want to be. And, once that puck drops, I'm sure there'll be, fleeting moments where he thinks of his dad, no doubt. But at the same time, it's one of those things where you've got some time, 3 hours, like you mentioned, to just lock in on something else, because you can imagine what the rest of the day has kind of been like for him and his family, of course. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what Mark Scheifele is capable of doing. Of course, you don't want to put pressure on the guy. It's already playoffs. There's already enough pressure. But, you think of so many, heroic sports stories over the course. You just hope for the same for Mark Scheifele, because he certainly deserves it.
So let's get a quote from Mark Scheifele, and this was yesterday at Richardson International Airport before the team boarded a flight for Game 6 here and into Dallas. He said that we need to treat this game like Game 7, quote unquote. And why not? I mean, you had to treat Game 5 the exact same way, right? You have to push yourself to win this game to extend the series. And the interesting part is, if you can do that tonight, you'll get off the schneid on the road, and there's been a lot of discussion about that. But you'll force a Game 7 in Winnipeg, where the last two games against Dallas, you've won 4-0 and 4-0, and you've shut them out twice. Not to mention the fact you'll force Dallas to get on the plane to go to Winnipeg for a third time. And then there's going to be the moment on the Dallas Stars in how have we let this slip away. There is pressure for the Jets to perform because their backs are against the wall. But there is now more pressure than ever for Dallas to end it at home.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing that really stood out to me about Game 5 with Winnipeg, obviously facing elimination in that situation, versus maybe what we saw in Game 7 against the St. Louis Blues. Winnipeg got up to a much better start, where they were on their toes, they were playing direct, they weren't nervous for the moment. Maybe they were, but their play didn't show it. They were so clean coming out of their zone. They were so clean coming through the neutral zone. And in the offensive zone, they were creating chances. They were going to the net. They were going to the middle of the ice. Defensively, they were solid. Their sticks were great. They were hitting when they needed to, killing plays when they had to, killing off penalties. They did so many good things early in that hockey game that kind of really seemed to get them to their game quicker than what Dallas was even able to do. And if you're able to do that here on the road, maybe you get a lead. That would be something Winnipeg would love to play with in this game, obviously. So we'll see how it goes. But if they are able to almost replicate their start from Game 5 and game number 6, I like their chances.
Yeah, what did Scott Arniel say about getting the lead on the road the other day? He said that's something we haven't done really well in the playoffs, is get out in front and run with it. And we'll see if they can do that tonight. The other thing about this road scuffle for Winnipeg through the postseason here so far, and it's now at 5 straight losses on the road. He said every streak ends, whether it's a good one or a bad one, and we're planning on doing that tomorrow, as he was referring to tonight. So, again, Winnipeg looking for one road win. That's all they need, one road win to send it back home. Let's talk about the anatomy of that 4-0 win for Winnipeg a couple of nights ago on Thursday. They were physical almost by 2-1. Not quite, but almost by 2-1 when it came to hits. And we've discussed how the hit category can be construed. You're chasing the game, you're chasing the puck, so you're trying to hit. Well, there is an element to that, but there's also when you're finishing on every guy. And I thought Winnipeg's been doing more of that. They protected the puck. They got a power play goal, in fact, 2 of them. We talked about Nikolai Ehlers, you and Kenny Wiebe, about the different configuration on the power play and what they did to certainly open it up for Nikolai Ehlers. I also thought that they moved the puck quicker. They came with their speed. They churned. They were physical, as I mentioned. There was just a lot of elements to the DNA and the foundation of the Winnipeg Jets that we've seen in the last couple of games, frankly, from them, that they're hoping to duplicate for a third straight night, especially a second straight game with the results here tonight in Game 6.
Yeah, 100%. And, Winnipeg prides itself on its structure and how it's able to play. And, you think of, I keep going back to that first period in game number 5 because you outshoot Dallas 11-4. You're kind of asserting yourselves, and even though you don't score till the second period, you've got to your game. And that game looks very familiar. And I think what we're starting to see over the course of this series, the St. Louis series, maybe a little bit up and down in terms of what their game looked like. I feel like, game 5 looked like the Winnipeg Jets team that we got so used to watching this year as they went on to win the President's Trophy. Game number 4 was actually quite similar. They've started to build this consistent look to their game that has made them a challenge for every single National Hockey League team, including these Dallas Stars. So if Winnipeg's able to get to that level, that consistency level, and that physical nature, also finish on some plays as well, because Jake Ottinger's been really good in this series. Even though it's 3-2 and Winnipeg's won 2 games and scored 4 goals on them twice, well, empty netters involved in there as well. But Jake Ottinger's been real good. You have to make sure you got traffic in front of him, make things difficult, because beating him clean has not been something that Winnipeg's been able to do, and that's the other part of Game 5 that I really like from Winnipeg.
They've got him to open up off the post, though. Nikolai Ehlers here in Game 4, and then he did it again in Game 5 at home. I wonder if he hugs the post more, but if he does, then it maybe has, as you talked about, that backdoor opportunity that opens up for Winnipeg. If somebody makes an adjustment, you adjust to the adjustment, and you make a counter adjustment, and that's why we love this time of year, because it's all about the nuances of adjusting to what your opponent is doing, and for you to find that sweet spot to manipulate an opponent and what they're trying to do on you. Let's discuss certainly not having last change, but the matchups. And Scott Arniel hinted that he might go back to the line configurations that he had for game number 4 here because they mustered 70 shot attempts. I don't know that we're going to see that. We'll know for sure once the lines have a full rotation or 2. But at the same time, I'm more concentrating on the 2 sets of top D for the Winnipeg Jets in Sandberg and Pionk, and Morrissey and DeMello in trying to thwart anything that Pete DeBoer throws over the boards in trying to get an advantage here with his forward core with home ice advantage.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a busy night for the top 4 D for the Winnipeg Jets. And you think about how much Neil Pionk's been playing, and sometimes these averages get a little bit skewed just because of the 46 minutes he played in the double overtime game, but he's averaging over 24 minutes of ice time in the postseason. That's a significant jump from where he's been in the regular season, but it also goes to show you how well that pairing with Dylan Sandberg's been playing. And they've tended to get the majority of that Rantanen matchup, allowing maybe Josh Morrissey and Dylan DeMello to go up against, whether it's the Duchesne line or the Johnston line. However, Winnipeg's wanted to do it on home ice. But over the course of this game, I am curious to see if Pete DeBoer wants to maybe switch that matchup up. See if he maybe changes the rotation of his group, and maybe he gets a Fleury-Shen matchup as well, maybe off of an icing. So you have to be comfortable with no matter what matchup you end up with, especially as a visiting team. And Winnipeg is that. But obviously, Scott Arniel has his preference of what he would like to see. It's just a matter of how often he can get that look, not having the last change.
Pete DeBoer in his address today, Mitchell, was talking about almost got the sense that he was defending double shifting Mikko Rantaanen today. He said, whoa, 11-7 gives us some security on the back end. And that may be plausible, too, with Miro Heiskanen coming back after missing 3.5 months. If you have a guy go down, you're not overtaxing him to play 25 minutes. But the one guy that's played 25 minutes and did the last game was Mikko Rantaanen. And I wonder about the sustainability of that into Game 6, possibly Game 7. But also Pete DeBoer said it's not just Rantaanen I'm trying to double shift. It's Roope Hintz. It's Mikael Granlund. He'll get the opportunity to do that again tonight because he's missing a winger, because he's only going with 11 forwards and back for the third straight game to 11-7, 11 forwards and 7 defensemen.
I would also anticipate that Miro Heiskanen probably gets to that 20-minute mark in this game, 14 minutes roughly in his return in Game 4, closer to 18, just over 18 in game number 5. I think he's going to inch up towards 20 minutes, especially if Dallas is trailing. If Dallas is trailing, and I thought Miro Heiskanen looked a little bit more like himself in game number 5. I thought he was active in the rush a whole lot more. Maybe he's just starting to get some confidence in his legs and his endurance as well. But at the same time, Pete DeBoer also talked about, hey, if we have a defenseman go down, it's nice to have 7D as well. So we'll see how often it's the Mikko Rantaanen double shift versus, say, the Roope Hintz or the Michael Granlund. But I think Winnipeg would be planning in their head to see a whole lot of number 96 in green tonight.
Mikko Rantaanen asked about double shifting. He said, short shifts, high tempo, that's the key when you play a lot. The last quote will go tonight to the head coach of the Winnipeg Jets. On playoff hockey, it's your responsibility to do your job. Well, the job for Winnipeg is to win again tonight and send this series back to Winnipeg. Downstairs for the Anthems.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Our referees for tonight's game are Dan O'Rourke and Francois St. Laurent. On the lines, Scott Cherry and Trent Knorr. Let's have a look at the starting lineups. They're brought to you by Windeck. Do it once, do it right. Visit windeck.ca to do that. Here's Mitchell.
Thank you, Paul. Jake Ottinger gets the start in goal for the Dallas Stars. No surprise there. 31 saves on 34 shots in game number 5. Esa Lindell and Cody Ceci on the blue line. And up front, Mikhail Granlund, Rupe Hintz, and Mikko Rantaanen. For the Winnipeg Jets, it's Connor Hellebuck. Stopped all 22 that he faced in game number 5. On the blue line, it'll be Dylan Sandberg and Neil Pionk. And up front, Kyle Connor, Mark Scheifele, and Gabriel Velarde.
First period opening face-off is for Cambrian Credit Union. Looking for a mortgage, get peace of mind and flexibility with the new Best of Both Worlds mortgage. Visit Cambrian.mb.ca. Jets in white, Stars in green. Hellebuck down to our left, Ottinger down to our right. It's game 6. It's Saturday night. Let's do this. Teams come to center ice to get it started. Jets are flying from our broadcast left to right. Puck is dropped, and it's showtime from Dallas, Texas. Glad to have you along on the radio home of the Winnipeg Jets, Power 97 and 680 CJOB. How do you folks tuning in on satellite radio and on the NHL app across North America and worldwide? Sent down inside that Winnipeg end. Scheifele with the puck, rolled back in behind his own net. Came out, and he turned over the puck, and a quick shot by Rantaanen coming in toward the slot. It's stopped by Hellebuck, and he'll hang on for a whistle 23 seconds in to the opener of this one.
Scheifele got himself into a good defensive position here as he tried to go out behind the net with that puck. He was back in support on D, and Rupe Hintz just kind of took the puck away from him, and it gets knocked out front, where Rantaanen gets a good open look, but Connor Hellebuck right at the top of his crease makes that stop.
Do it to the right of Hellebuck. Duchesne will take the draw. Duchesne at 58% in the face-off circle. Well, then done fairly, we do it again. Sellout here, over 18,000 in attendance. And Duchesne wins it, but it spills to the right side point. And Heiskanen had to barge after it as it squirted back out towards center ice. He'll send it right back in. Hellebuck will handle that. Played into toward the corner. Intercepted there. Shot came in from Duchesne. That went wide. Back toward the line. Another shot by Harley. Stop. Rebound. Ejected in toward the corner and thrust off the boards by Nemestikov and out towards center ice. Picked up by Cole Perfetti. Spins it down inside that Dallas end. Put it back in behind the net. Nemestikov goes after it. Frees it up. Came back toward the line. Intercepted by Seguin. Far side for Duchesne. Couldn't handle that. Winnipeg will steer it back inside of that Dallas end, and after a line change will go Cole Perfetti. Harley to the near side now for Rantaanen, too far for him. Off them skates and down inside that Winnipeg end. Neil Pionk took a body check there from Rantaanen, but made the play, and it's carried out towards center ice by Mark Scheifele. Onto the far side for Connor. Now for Scheifele. Jammed it around the boards. Velarde trying to get it back out in front. Connor was there, was knocked away from him. Whisked into where the corner. Rantaanen out towards center ice. He'll get the puck. Aimlessly sent it there. Stepping up Neil Pionk. Sends it to the near side. Curling back inside his own zone. Connor. And he'll send a pass back. Winnipeg wants a change. 1 minute and 40 seconds in to the first period of game 6 here tonight. Sent over to the far side. Niederreiter will bang it down inside that Dallas end. It rolled around to the far side. Niederreiter will go after it. Steele will pull it off the wall now for Dadonov. He will settle that puck down and get it ahead. And it's going to be an offside call against Mason Marchment and the Dallas Stars. Marchment went back first over the line. You can do that. We've talked about many times, but you need to be first over the line. And the linesman, we've talked about many times, but you need to be first over the line.
It's a good call too. They show the replay in the building.
It's a good interesting part was Marchment was actually hanging out in the middle of the ice, and Dallas kind of had their head up. They probably could have hit him on a stretch pass. He had kind of found some empty space behind both Hayden Fleury and Luke Schenn.
Stars with a draw inside their own zone to the near side and off the stick of Marchment. Sent down inside that Winnipeg end. Back in behind the net. Hayden Fleury will free it up on the far side now for Lowry. Gave it away. Marchment high slot. He put it now for Steele. Turned and tried to fire. And he fanned on that. Too many Jets were in on him, but Winnipeg has not protected the puck a couple of times inside their own zone. Finally, they will settle it down and get it out towards center ice, and Lowry across the line on his off wing. Shoots. That's blocked by Bischel. Rolled back toward the line. Winnipeg will try to force it down. That's broken up by Marchment. He sways out towards center ice. Marchment across the line. Gets off a check. Got the puck into where the slot was turned slightly off the puck. And Winnipeg will gobble that up and send it back down. Fans wanted a penalty, maybe for hooking, not going to get one, of course. Morgan Barron charges back inside that Dallas end, sends it around to the near side. Scooped up off the boards and sent out towards center ice for Rope Hintz. He settles it down, crossed over the line for Rendon. Curls up just inside the blue line. Stuffed it around back in behind the net on the far side for Hastings, then tried to get it back out in front, and it's off a stick of one of the Jets up and over the near side glass, and on a play it goes. 17 minutes remaining exactly in this first period. No score in the hockey game. Winnipeg Jets hockey brought to you in part by Winnipeg Clinic, Wallace & Wallace, and the Dairy Farmers of Manitoba.
Whole lot of speed for Dallas in the opening 3 minutes of this contest, and taking advantage of a couple of miscues by the Winnipeg Jets as well. So Dallas, we talked about how they would probably have a little bit of urgency in this one on top of what they already had in game number 5 to try and end this series, because of the fact that, you know, Winnipeg's been such a tough place for opposition to win in the postseason, and they've come out with that extra little bit of a speed burst in this game.
Wyatt Johnston removed from the face-off dot, so Renton comes in and wins it back toward the line. It's handled by Hastings and turns and fires through traffic, bounced off a body, ricochets into where the corner, held by Harley on the far side, but he's smothered by 2 Jets, and it's pitched off the glass and sent out towards center ice. Here comes the reload for the Stars. Shepherded inside that zone by Robertson, grabbed by Sandberg, sent around to the far side. Winnipeg can't get it out, stays in the high slot. Rendon shoots, and he just floated it wide. Bounced into where the corner, Rendon back after it again against Neil Pion. Winnipeg trying to fetch the puck. They do back in behind their own net. Sandberg will open up and play it back in behind his own goal, vacating the premises of the Dallas Stars. They want a line change. Winnipeg will do the same. Pionk is still back in behind his own goal to survey. Now he outlets it to the far side for Morrissey. Rink wide pass to the near side for Connor across the line. Connor will stop up and roll it back into where the corner. Scheifele goes after that. He gets inside position, put it back out in front for Connor, didn't shoot the puck. Pitch back toward the line here for DeMello. Wrister through traffic off a shin pad. Sprinting on the far side to hold the line, Morrissey. Back in behind the net for Scheifele. Scheifele will look. He'll put it back toward the line for DeMello. DeMello hurried there, shoots the puck, and it's off a stick of a challenging Ben. Up and over the back glass, and out of play it goes. 15:46 remaining in the opening period. No score.
Like DeMello wanted to go D to D there to Morrissey, but he took a quick look as that puck was coming to him from Mark Scheifele and saw a member of the Dallas Stars about to close in on Morrissey, so he has to kind of change his plan quickly and just tries to get the thing deep, but it goes off of a stick and out of play. But a good shift by the Scheifele line there. Winnipeg needs a little bit of offensive zone time to kind of stem the momentum of Dallas right now.
Dallas wins the draw. Speeding out of his own zone, Bishop let it softly off the boards, and it rolls down inside the Winnipeg end. Not enough for icing. Luke Schent will pick it up. Moved it up along the boards here. Mishandled there by a couple of Jets with a glove, and it's touched by Lowry. We'll get a stoppage of play. 15 and a half remaining in the first period. And a neutralized face-off. You're absolutely right. The way they handled the puck, they looked a little nervous, did the Jets, to start. And what you want is to get settled into the game with an offensive zone shift, or 2, or 3.
Yeah, start stacking them, because we know usually things end up going Winnipeg's way when they start stacking shifts in the offensive zone, making their opposition come 200 feet or defend for the big majority of their shift.
Shannon into the middle. Knocked inside the zone by Appleton. He scurries after it into where the corner on the far side. Appleton pushed it back toward the line. Held by Fleury. Rotates it around to the near side. Nobody home for the Jets. Pulled off the wall by Marchment. Takes a body check from Lowry. Moved it ahead. Dodonov moving right in. Dodonov back in behind the net. Trying to wrap around. He got it back out in front. And it's stopped by Hellebuck. They were jamming away at it. One of the Jets absolutely fell, a Dallas Star, going to where the goal in Sam Steele. Luke Shen buried him, but Hellebuck gets his left pad over there, seals off the post, and then freezes the puck as Steele was trying to push him back in toward the net.
Yeah, and it almost looked like on the wraparound, Dodonov wasn't really trying to tuck it. He knew he had Steele going to the front of the net, and that puck kind of, instead of getting to Steele, gets on the inside of the upper part of the pad of Connor Hellebuck. So Steele, seeing that, just starts shoving right between the 5-hole of Hellebuck, and well, Luke Shen didn't stand for that and basically just fell right on top of Sam Steele, and that can't be convenient or comfortable.
Luke Shen's a big boy. 6'3" and all of 225. Face off to the left of Hellebuck. No score. 15:08 remaining, first period. Dallas has had the better of the chances for sure to begin this game. Winnipeg rolled it around to the near side, pulled off the wall by Alex Iafallo. He will turn it north now and get towards center ice. Alex Iafallo will drive it in. It tumbles around back in behind the net. Grabbed again by Onger. Played into where the corner. Iafallo in on that. 2 Stars are in on him. Iafallo stays on the puck, battling against 2 Stars. In to help out is Harley the far side up along the boards. Intercepted there by Tanev. Whipped it toward the net. Bounced off a skate. He had to contend with one of the officials to the near side to pinch in. Neil Pionk to try to hold the line. It spills to the side of the slot and whisked out towards center ice by Miro Heiskanen. Heiskanen poked off the puck. Following up, though, is Granlund, and he'll force it inside the Winnipeg end, but right on the stick of Morgan Barron, who settles it down. He'll nudge it back inside his zone for Pionk, and Winnipeg will make a change. Off the bench, shifting through the neutral ice. Ehlers moves in, slap shot, and he fired it over the net for the blue line. Grabbed again, Perfetti out in front. Intercepted on the far side by Seguin to the near side. Now for Ben. Ben just about turned it over at center ice. He gobbled it up again and carried it across the Jets line. But Tyler Seguin, half a stride in ahead of the play. Offside, Dallas.
And how about if you're Jake Ottinger here? You haven't faced a shot on goal yet. Winnipeg's been in the offensive zone, but your first look at a shot comes from Nikolai Ehlers at the top of the circle, and it's a full slap shot that ends up going over the net. So still no shots on goal for Winnipeg, but that probably a little unsettling.
Ceci will send the puck in. Back in behind the net. Hellebuck rimmed around to the near side, pulled off the wall there by Perfetti, and spun out towards center ice. Nemestikov goes after. Jamie Benn turned it over. Partial 2-on-1. Here's Nikolai Ehlers trying to get it out in front, and barging toward the net on the far side was Perfetti. Good defensive play made, though, by Lyubushkin to break that up. It stays inside that Stars end. Wheeling back in behind his own net is Lindell, near side for Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin up along the boards now for Ben. Cross-ice pass on the far side. Knocked off a stick there and gobbled up by Winnipeg again. Kyle Connor to the near side as he came off the bench and skewered that puck off that Dallas Star on the far side. Connor in toward the middle. Luke Schenn will hop towards center ice. Played ahead for Velarde. Velarde stuffed off the puck, and it's back the other way. Robertson on the far side, flying inside that Winnipeg end. Back toward the line. CC shoots. Deflected in front. That just cascades wide to the near side. Schenn up along the boards. Winnipeg will try to get it out towards center ice, and they do. Dallas on the reload. CC with it again to center ice. He'll drive it back in. Rolls around to the near side. Harley will pinch in. Nudges it into where the corner for Robertson. Rolled around to the far side. Good body check there. Hayden Fleury on CC. Puck goes back in behind the net. Back out in front, and a quick shot by Dadonov. Coming in late, and he put it wide. Boy, the Jets were looking back in behind him. There's a scuttled stick behind the Winnipeg net. Off the glass and kept in by Harley. Now he's forced out to center ice by a good body check by Scheifele. Winnipeg fighting for the puck in the neutral ice. Sam Steele back inside that Winnipeg end. Got it into where the corner. Niederreiter back in behind his own net for Neil Pionk. He scurries away from the check and put it on the stick for Niederreiter. He will sway out towards center ice and dump it in. Fans are into it. Dallas has started on time here for sure. Steele will knock it down inside the Winnipeg end. Race for the puck, and Hellebuck has to come out to play it. He'll bank it off the boards, but not out. Kept in by Dallas. Long shot from Steele goes wide. Collected again to the near side by Appleton. Now for Pionk. Far side for Niederreiter. Back into where the middle for Pionk. D-to-D in the far side for Sandberg. Up along the boards now again for Niederreiter. He will turn off the boards and play back inside his own zone. Now it's nudged ahead again. Little one-touch pass there. Appleton will take that, and he will bang it down and hit it right on top of the goaltender. Onger came back toward the line. Morrissey moving in, shooting. Kicked away by Onger with a right pad. Spills into where the corner. Winnipeg barreling after it there. It came up along the boards. Speeding back out towards center ice, though, is Johnston. Johnston will get towards center ice for Granlund. He'll dump it in. One of the Winnipeg Jets took down Rope. Hence fans want a penalty as he was trying to get after the puck along that back wall on the Jets end. Not going to get one. Winnipeg out towards center ice, and Iafallo spins at center ice and will shoot it in. After a Tanev, he will bang with his man. That's Harley trying to free up the puck at the side of the slot. Broken up by Heiskanen. He will emerge out towards center ice. Skating swiftly, he dropped it for Duchesne, moving in, shoots, and that's off a body. Winnipeg lost it again. Backhand toward the net and fired wide. Great chance coming in by Seguin. He put it wide. Seguin again into where the corner. Back toward the line for Heiskanen. Far side. It's controlled by Dallas. Now Heiskanen back with it again to the near side. High slot. Ben shoots, and it's off a skate. It goes into where the corner. Winnipeg trying to settle it down here. Dallas all over the Winnipeg Jets. And another opportunity for the Jets to try to clear. It goes off that scuttled stick back in behind the net. Settled down by Shen. Far side for Tanev. Spit off the boards out towards center ice. And all Winnipeg can do is get to the bench for a line change. Crowd is engaged, and so are the Stars. Here they come through the neutral ice. Pitched inside that Winnipeg end by Robertson. Gloved down by Hellebuck. And that's maybe the best thing that could happen for the Winnipeg Jets right now. 10:15 remaining in this opening period. Awaiting the game's first goal, but not for a lack of trying on the part of the Dallas Stars. You're listening to Playoff Hockey. Winnipeg Jets variety from Dallas, Texas, on the radio home of the Jets. For Play Now, Power 97 at 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Grab your jersey. Grab your generic lager. Impressively standard beer for impressively intense moments. Brewed in Winnipeg by Little Brown Jug. Generic, the most domestic choice.
Rule the outdoors with Makita Outdoor Power Equipment, available at Mid-Canada Fasteners and Tools. Right now and only while the Jets are in the playoffs, spend a minimum of $500 on Makita products and receive a free Makita cordless radio worth $200. Plus, get a 4-amp battery at a special discounted price. Makita lawnmowers, line trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws are in stock too.
Shop where the professional tradespeople shop. You're always welcome here at Mid-Canada Fasteners and Tools, 1557 King Edward Street.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Waters, and Reliable Heating and Air Conditioning is truly a family. My parents started the business over 30 years ago, and today, me and my brother Clint are carrying it on, with customer satisfaction being priority number one. We believe good service is affordable to all our customers, so give us a call if your furnace or AC isn't working like it should. We want you to feel comfortable 24/7. We are family strong, reliable strong, and Winnipeg strong. For details, visit reliableheatair.ca.
Hey, this is Nikolai Ehlers. Paul Edmonds and Mitchell Clinton are bringing it Winnipeg Jets hockey style on 680 CJOB.
Winnipeg Jets hockey is brought to you in part by South Beach Casino, Boston Pizza, and Chamber Insurance. Face off to the right of Hellebuck, no score. 10:15 remaining in this first period. And the crowd is alive and well here in Dallas tonight at American Airlines Center.
Yeah, and every right to be. It's crazy that the shots on goal are just 1-1, but I mean, Tyler Seguin probably had the best chance of this period so far and had a backhand at a wide open net. He kind of got around Luke Shen, and that backhand sailed wide. But Winnipeg needs to clean up a couple of things on the puck management side of things. There's just some passes going into skates, so your reload's not as efficient, or your breakout's not as efficient, and Dallas is jumping on every bobbled puck.
Lowry will take the draw for Winnipeg, and he wins it. Jets will rotate, spin it around to the far side, trying to catch up to it at center ice as Niederreiter, icing washed out, barging back in behind the net, two Jets. Appleton kicked it into where the corner, spills back toward the line. Sandberg tried to wave the stick at it to hold the line, cannot. Harley out towards center ice quickly. Harley knocked off the puck and then buried into where the corner by Neil Pion. Fight will start there, picked up though by Johnston back toward the line. Back for Johnson, high slot. Johnston moving in, Johnston back. He tried to bank it off of Connor Hellebuck's pad, and he kicked it, did the goaltender back in behind his own net, and then waltzed again by Johnson back toward the line, forced out towards center ice. Jason Robertson will beetle inside that Winnipeg end. Put it back toward the line, intercepted by Scheifele. He'll float a pass onto the far side. Swirling after it, there goes Connor, couldn't catch up to it. Out towards center ice. Robertson with a puck. Winnipeg will knock that off his stick. Settled down by Scheifele now for Velarde. Chip and chase down inside that Dallas end. Dallas will make some changes. 9:15 remaining in this opening period. No score. Scheifele along the boards to the near side. Winnipeg trying to pound that Stars D to win a battle here. It's sent around to the far side. It's held by Morrissey. Morrissey will cast it into where the corner. After it goes Velarde. Maneuvers back in behind the net. Velarde back toward the line for Morrissey. D to D for DeMello. He's hurried, but a shot toward the net. And it's onto the stick of Connor. Turned and fired off a shin pad. Back toward the line. DeMello, high slot Velarde. Velarde will move it ahead again to the near side, off a stick, grabbed again by Connor. Best shift for the Winnipeg Jets. Zone time here. More Winnipeg inside the Dallas end. And the pass intended back toward the line from Connor off a Dallas stick and out towards center ice it goes.
And once again, it's that Scheifele line going to work against the Dallas Stars. And Gabriel Velarde, great puck protection, goes from the front of the net, basically just has Lyubushkin just pushing on him, and Velarde never gave up possession.
Nemestikov frees up a puck for Cole Perfetti. Came back toward the line. It's held. Pionk moving in. Pionk, side of the net. Perfetti turns and fires, and it's stopped by Ottinger. Perfetti a little delayed there, and it allowed Ottinger to get back in the play. Quick up pass. Rope hits across the line. Working there against Neil Pionk, who forced him off the puck. Winnipeg trying to support it into where the corner. Bischel now pinches in. Got it back in behind the net for Hintz. Back toward the line for Lyubushkin on the far side. Played it back around to the near side for Rope Hintz. Hintz into where the slot. Bouncing puck. Swept off the stick of Rantanen. Banked off the boards nicely by Perfetti. And out towards center ice it goes. Quick up. Lyubushkin to the near side for Mikhail Granlund. Pounded against the boards here by Tanev. Tanev goes after the puck. Big hit there. Luke Shen on Rope Hintz into where the corner. Hintz is a little slow to get up. Onto the far side. Winnipeg will expel it out towards center ice and dump it in. First one after it goes Tanev. Tanev will knock it back toward the line. Held there by Shen. Shen will cast it to the far side. And it's off the stick of Ben. Up and over the side glass. And out of play it goes. 7:21 remaining in this opening period. Awaiting the game's first goal. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Hey everyone, Adney and Burke here to talk about our great podcast, NHL Unscripted with Burke and Demers.
Jason Demers here. After playing 700 NHL games, it turns out I have an opinion or two. Whoever's saying trade one of them, you don't know anything about hockey. I'm on the bandwagon. I'm rooting for this team with new guests every
What's up, hockey fans? How we doing tonight? The Stars and the Jets. Come on, Canada. Let's get loud and cheer on our Winnipeg Jets tonight. We've got to keep it going for Canada. The Oilers are already through. The Leafs forced Game 7 back in Toronto. Tomorrow night, we can't wait for that one. But first, Game 6, Jets and Stars. The Stars have looked really good in this playoff so far. The Jets, not so much, but they're still here. Still one chance to win tonight and force this thing back to Canada for Game 7. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Please hit that like button down below and share this link out. Let's get more hockey fans here in the chat having a good time cheering on Canada. Because you know what? The Stanley Cup belongs in Canada. Go Leafs, go. Go Jets, go. Go Canada, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Proud of that, because that's what makes everything we do all from a good place.
Bet on Manitoba. Enjoy responsibly. This is Play Now Winnipeg Jets Hockey on 680 CJOB.
Jet fans, stay ready for the Winnipeg Whiteout with Jets gear at TrueNorthShop.com. Choose from a variety of apparel, headwear, novelties, and more. Need a new jersey for the Whiteout? We've got you covered there too. TrueNorthShop.com. No score in a hockey game. 7:21 remaining. First period, we do it to the left of Ottinger. Scheifele will take the draw against Rope Hintz. And it wasn't done fairly, so we're going to do it again. Scheifele wins it cleanly back toward the line. Morrissey moves in, shoots, and he whipped it wide on the short side. Came off the back wall. Absconded with now on the far side by Johnson into where the middle for Hintz. To the near side for Robertson, moving in, shooting! And he put it over the net. Hintz with the rebound, trying to get it back out in front, intercepted by Kyle Connor. He darts out towards center ice and slides it ahead now for Velarde. Velarde will knock it inside that Dallas end. Back in behind the net is CC. He rolled it around to the near side, stopped there by Connor. Fighting for the puck, 3 Jets. And now turning away from a check, Velarde back in behind the net. He came free on a check from CC, came back toward the line, held by DeMello, shoots! And it's gloved down by Ottinger. He'll hang on for a whistle. So there's been some chances, Mitchell, for Dallas off the rush that you haven't liked for Winnipeg, but when the Jets have got it down inside the Dallas end, they're winning some puck battles.
Yeah, that'll be the one thing to watch for Winnipeg is they don't want to give and feed into that transition game of the Dallas Stars. They love to produce offense that way, so something to watch there. And that Scheifele line once again gets in there, and they're coming off of a long backtrack to prevent a rush chance against, so their forecheck didn't have a whole lot of speed, but they still forced a turnover just on positioning and good hand skill.
Haskin into Ben, out towards center ice. Bounced off a stick, and Winnipeg will snatch that. Ehlers trying to move it ahead. Dallas will settle it down back inside their own zone. Harley up along the wing. Pulled off the wall by Tyler Seguin. He'll move it ahead. Flying inside the zone is Duchesne. Duchesne is ushered into where the corner by Neil Pionk, who's had a strong start to this one. Duchesne came away with the puck, put it back toward the line. Heiskanen was going one way. The puck was going the other, and it slides all the way back down inside of that Dallas end. 6:05 remaining in the opening period. No score. Winnipeg will make a wholesale line change. Steele jammed it ahead of the far side to Donoff. Skips inside that Winnipeg end. Tried to get it out in front. Ticked off a skate. Grabbed by Lowry. Ejected out towards center ice. Niederreiter with the puck. Niederreiter waits. Winnipeg was going to be offside. Lowry tries to bull his way inside the zone on the far side. Got taken off the puck, but grabbed it again. Lowry back inside his own zone. Now up along the boards. Pushed against the boards there by Dadonov. Tried to get it ahead for Niederreiter. Off a stick. Goes into the Jets bench. And out of play it goes. 5:37 remaining in the opening period. No score. Back after these to Big D. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97, 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Winnipeg, are you whiteout ready? Choose Hometown Pride. Choose 1919. Brewed by Little Brown Jug, Manitoba's flagship beer since 2016. Here's to building something memorable.
You know what goes well with pizza from Santa Lucia Pizza. They've been the leaders in quality since 1971, and now they just keep winning award after award after award. So, sounds like they know a thing or two about making tasty pizza. How about this? When you're getting ready on game day, choose one of Santa Lucia Pizza's many specials or combos and find out why time and time again it's listed as Manitoba's favorite pizza.
Santa Lucia Pizza. It's all about the sauce.
If you got pain in your... Do you go to just anybody, or do you want to take your to the best? Yeah, you go with the top guy, like Dr. Jay Buenafé. He is one of the top-rated doctors on RateMD.
Approximately 1 in 10 men suffer from a condition called Peyronie's disease. It can cause pain and discomfort. Learn how Dr. Jay Buenafé can help. Book your confidential visit at buenafeclinic.com.
This is Winnipeg Jets hockey on 680 CJOB.
Jet fans, tonight's feature item of the game. Check out the exclusive Barteski Whiteout Apparel collection designed by local artist Cal Barteski. Shoes from a variety of styles available at TrueNorthShop.com. That's official Barteski Whiteout Apparel. Jets gear, the official team store of the Winnipeg Jets. Face off at center ice. No score in the hockey game. 5:37 remaining in the first period. Jets won the draw. Shen back at his own line. Indirect to the near side for Iafallo. He'll send it down inside that Dallas end. Barron goes after it. Far side for Tanev. Back in behind the net. Scooting after it is Barron. In on him is Bischel. A couple of big boys in toward that corner. Iafallo is there. Trying to get it back out in front. Knocked off a stick of Tanev. But it goes right to one of the stars. They can't eject it out. Kept in. Petrovic will chop at it on the far side. Carried back in behind the net will Alex Petrovic. And he'll free it up now to the near side. And scooting out of his own zone is Granlund. Up the middle of the ice and across the line. Dropped it for Hintz. Carried it into where the corner. Back in behind the net for Granlund. Rubbed out nicely. There's Luke Shen to carve that puck away from the boards. Twisting and turning. Skates freely to the near side and up along the boards out towards center ice. Iafallo couldn't take that cleanly. Finds it again though and pitched it with a backhand to get it in deep. And then exit stage left for a line change.
And no panic there by Luke Shen as he gets that puck, starts moving his feet, gets himself out of the corner and finds Iafallo.
Velarde turned over the puck. Shot sprays inside the Winnipeg end. And at the side of the net, a good chance again. Connor Hellebuyck saves the day as Wyatt Johnson stole the puck, fanned on the shot, picked it up behind the net, tried the wrap around, and Hellebuck's left pad was there. Winnipeg for the third time not taking care of the puck inside their own zone. Big scrum in the left wing corner of the Jets end. Back to the line, CC. High slot, knocked away. Winnipeg sprints out of their own zone to the near side for Connor. Takes a pass from Scheifele, will backhand it in. Scheifele barges after it in behind the net. CC goes after to the far side. He takes a bump there from Perfetti. Reverses to the near side. Grab there again here, and now Perfetti will slam his man against the boards in Lindell, who then just emerged off the boards, absorbed that check, sent it to the far side for Cody CC. He gains center ice and thrusts it down inside the Winnipeg end. And then a fight for the puck in toward the corner. Won again by Robertson. He kicked it back toward the line. Nobody home, and the puck goes all the way back down inside that Dallas end.
It almost looked like Neil Pionk's stick got caught up in the boards. It just kind of gave Dallas a chance to get that puck up into the middle of the ice.
Pionk will take a hard hit into where the corner of the near side. Rantanen at the side of the slot for Robertson. Tried to get there, got erased off the puck, and Winnipeg again at center ice. Nikolai Ehlers to the red line, and he'll softly send it down inside that Dallas end. Dallas has been more physical in this game to start for sure. Into where the middle, skipping through that neutral ice is Duchesne. Turning wide into where the corner, he's ushered there, and hard hit by Shen. Now it's gobbled up on the far side by Dallas. Back to the line for Heiskanen to the near side. Bishop moving in, shooting, and it's stopped by Hellebuck. Excellent save for Connor Hellebuck on Liam Bischel. Back toward the line. Held again here by Heiskanen for Bischel. Pounds it toward the net. Bounced off a skate. Grabbed to get out in front. Duchesne is shot. Stopped by Hellebuck. Rebound. Winnipeg tried to flip it out toward the line. They can't get it out. Heiskanen with it again to the near side. Heiskanen at the hash marks. Up top for Liam Bischel. Looking for his first point of the playoffs. Back again for Heiskanen for Bischel. Slap shot on a one-timer. That went wide. Skewered along the back wall. Luke Shen to the near side. Up along the boards. Winnipeg can't get it out. It stays inside the zone. Back out in front for Rantanen. A rudder move. And he lost the puck on the side of the net. Rantanen with it again. Back toward the line for Bischel. Dallas all over Winnipeg. Down low for Heiskanen. Back into where the net. Stop. And the putback by Rantanen is put back in behind the net. He pushed that wide. Winnipeg will try to roll it around the boards here in Appleton. Can't get it out. Lowry chugging in to try to help out to the near side. Squirts free, and finally Winnipeg will knock it safely out of their own zone and eject it down inside that Dallas end. What a shift for the Stars. Winnipeg will make a change. No score in the hockey game. 1:40 remaining in this opening period. Dump back inside that Winnipeg end. Stopped by Hellebuck. Rolled around to the near side. Intercepted by Granlund. Shoots from the corner as he stole the puck on that misplay by the Jets goaltender. And Hellebuck got back into his net to make that save from a bad angle and will hang on. 1:34 remaining in the first period. No score.
And the play that Liam Bischel gets one of Dallas's quality chances on that shift is kind of similar to the one that we saw Dallas run that led to Thomas Harley's great backhand chance in front of Connor Hellebuck in Game 5. He just kind of rolled that weak side D down into the offensive zone, and the D that's up top just lays it right on the blade and leaves a great lane to the net because Winnipeg's still recovering from the far side battle.
Back toward the line, Lindell into where the corner. Granlund shoots. Ricocheted off the shin pads. Net front off Hintz. Bounced on the far side and out towards center ice it goes. And then gloved ahead to the advantage of Dallas. We'll get a stoppage of play. 1:24 remaining in this first period. No score in the hockey game.
And Dallas certainly has been pressing, and it's like we talked about, it's a little bit of some puck management things, but in order to end that long stretch in their own zone, Nito Niederreiter had to win a battle along the wall, and then both Mason Appleton and Adam Lowry high in the zone. Once that puck came free, kind of just chopped at it and sent it into the neutral zone. A huge clear for Winnipeg. That wasn't an icing on top of it, because that would have been about the last thing Winnipeg needed there.
Scheifele waved. Neutralized face-off on the far side, and Velarde will win it. Emerging out of a pile. Morrissey, he'll backhand it in. Came off the back wall. Picked up by CC for Lindell. Scooped out towards center ice. Winnipeg tried to move it ahead to the loose puck on the far side. CC, but Seguin was already inside the Winnipeg end, so he had to wait, and he just paddled it in. Winnipeg will get a freebie to maneuver out. Scheifele to the near side. Softly sends it down inside that Dallas end. Under a minute to go in the opening period. Near side is Marchman. Marchman out towards center ice. Stopped by Scheifele now for Connor. Connor across the line. Connor heads it off on the far side for Sandberg. Moving right in. Back door to the near side for Scheifele. Went off his skate. Came back toward the line. Connor walks the line. Connor high slot shoots. Kicked away by Onger with his right pad. Over to the far side. Discarded out towards center ice by Dallas. Turning his skates is Sandberg to collect it back inside his own zone. He'll move it now efficiently for Barron. Barron will button hook inside his own zone. Up along the boards on the far side, leading the attack. Across the line with some speed. Trying to cut toward the net, got knocked off the puck. Grabbed it again. Barron into where the corner. 18 seconds left in the period. Back toward the line for Morrissey. Walks the line to the near side. DeMello moving right in. Slap shot. Stopped in front. DeMello with it again for Morrissey. Far side. 8 seconds. Morrissey to the near side for Barron. And it's off a stick. Cascades to the near side and chopped out towards center. That'll do it for 20. In Dallas, Texas tonight, no score.
And a pretty good pushback by Winnipeg in those last couple of minutes, especially after the Dallas shift that created so much momentum for the home side. Winnipeg able to go to work. And you think of Mark Scheifele's goal in game number 5, goes off his skate and in. This one goes off of his skate and out on a great backdoor play. And some great patience by Kyle Connor to circle the zone and wait and try to find that lane. He does, and just goes off that skate of Mark Scheifele instead of the stick blade and kicks back out into the offensive zone. But a great look there for Winnipeg. And 0-0 after the first, after the pressure that Dallas was able to put on early in this first period especially. I think Winnipeg will gladly take that.
I would agree with you, and Winnipeg will be very happy with the score and getting out unscathed. Dallas had the better of the chances of the two teams in that period to open the scoring. Winnipeg needs to manage the puck better on occasion inside their own zone. They did churn on occasion inside that Dallas end as well. But overall, a decent road period when you come out scoreless for the Winnipeg Jets trying to stave off elimination. Let's have a look at the stats summary through 20 minutes. No scoring, no penalties, no power plays, and Dallas does outshoot Winnipeg 6-3 in that first period. So a very light look at the stats summary. We can tell you, by the way, there are more than 1 million reasons to celebrate this second round series with the Winnipeg Jets and 50-50 playoff mega raffle currently over $1.3 million and growing. Win $1,000 to $25,000 cash prizes during game days or take home half the total on this progressive pot at the end of the series. Text Jets to 20450 to get your 50-50 tickets now. And again, over $1.3 million as we speak.
Obviously good for the foundation and for the lucky person that's going to win it. Actually, one of the stories that's kind of come out over the course of the day, and obviously the sad news around Mark Scheifele's is a lot of the Dallas Stars fans have been donating to the True North Youth Foundation in his name. So that's great.
Downstairs to Cole Perfetti. Thanks a lot for taking the time, Cole, as you get the headset on your head. And how did you see that period? You guys had some chances. You gave up a few as well, but you're holding water here at a scoreless tie after one on the road.
Yeah, obviously they came out strong. They had some good chances and some good zone time, and that's going to happen within the game. They're a good hockey team too, and there's going to be the momentum, and they're going to get their looks and chances. It's just trying to bend, don't break. Just trying to stay in it, and when they get that zone time and chances, just defend well and live to fight another day and then try to change the momentum the next shift. And we had our looks. We had some good chances, some zone time, and they're obviously they're moving well. They're a good team. So Bucky's playing great. Obviously we got to clean up a couple things, but not bad.
Cole, I know earlier in the series you guys were talking a lot about Dallas's transition game. What have you thought of how you guys have been able to contain that? They've been getting chances to come up ice, but it seems like your sorts on the backtracks have been very good.
Yeah, I mean, they burned us early in the series with their rush game. They're a good team. They have a lot of skill. They're fast. That's how they play. They wait for us to make a mistake, and they're going to try to transition that way. So we got burned a little bit early, and we've tried to put more of an emphasis on that and playing the right way. And that's how they want to play. They want to lull us to sleep and wait for a turnover, wait for a mistake, and we just got to make sure we don't give it to them.
Cole, thanks a lot for your time. Best of luck in the second and third.
Thank you.
Cole Perfetti from downstairs with two insightful answers here to a couple of questions on how his team played in that first period. And certainly he likes where they are, and why not? Scoreless after one period of play, 40 minutes to go. First intermission report is coming up next with Kelly Moore and the big rig, Jim Toth. Red. The score after one in Dallas. The Winnipeg Jets, nothing. The Dallas Stars, nothing. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB. Lowry moving in, shoot. Oh!
Good evening, hockey fans from all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with here and keeping it classy in the chat. We really appreciate it. Well, we're hanging out together while Canada's going after another Game 7 here tonight. Just wanted to stop the show and bring your attention to the link that's pinned in the chat. Please check out our link. Have you looked at it yet? There's thousands of people here watching on YouTube and more on other platforms. Just click the link. Go check it out. See what we've done as a community. And then come back, hit that subscribe button. Share this link out to your friends. I guarantee it. Go Leafs, go. Go Blue Jays, go. We're Toronto Sports Insider. But tonight, we're pushing for the Jets and Canada. We'll see you back in the chat.
Over the last 2 decades. So come celebrate our 20th anniversary with us with a chance to win a brand new Jeep Sahara. Winner announced May 31st. 20 years. Now that's worth celebrating at South Beach Casino and Resort. Details at southbeachcasino.ca.
This is Winnipeg Jets hockey on 680 CJOB.
Welcome to the first intermission report here on Power 97 at 680 CJOB. Kelly Moore, along with, I never knew you were the big rig Jim Toth.
Yeah, for a while now, going back to
a
while, yeah. And my little one loves the too.
Okay,
so
there you go.
I appreciate that, Paul. Thank you.
Well done, Paul Edmonds, indeed. Hey, Jets fans, your chance to win big all night long with the playoff 50-50 raffle. Multiple cash prizes during the game, up to $25,000. As Jim Toth would say,
that'll get me out of a couple jams.
There you go. Plus, one lucky winner takes home 50% of the total sales at the end of the series. I did not misread that. You will take home 50% of the total sales at the end of the series. That'll get you through more than a couple of jams.
Could get me into a couple of jams.
Yeah, exactly. Text Jets to 20450 for your chance to win. Well, the statistics certainly show what Paul and Mitchell were describing. The eyeball test would match up, I think, with any analytics. 25-13, the advantage for Dallas in the shot attempts. But, Jim, the shots themselves, 6-3. Connor Hellebuck had to be really good. I thought he was exceptional on that Dodonov wraparound attempt, and then Leon Bichel coming in from his defense position in tight. But 12 missed shots for the Dallas Stars. And just to put that into context, in this series, they are averaging under 13 missed shots per game.
Yeah, I think this is an all Dallas Stars period in this first frame in this Game 6, Kelly, and I mean that both ways. I mean, they were all over the Jets, and then it was all Dallas missing the net. Connor Hellebuck was really good, but if you think that you get half of those missed shots on net, especially the quality chances they were getting, one of them was bound to go in. So I think that you knew that the storm was coming. I'm not surprised Dallas was that great. Jets left scrambling a couple of times in their own end, and that's what I mean about Connor Hellebuck. It's a 0-0 game, and the Jets started coming on at the end of that period. They had a couple of good shifts. They only had one really good one from the top line about the midway point of the period, and then they started settling down. I think it's to the Jets' benefit that they got out of that 0-0 and see what they can do over the next 2 frames.
Yeah, for sure, and Paul and Mitchell, as they usually are, bang on. Key turnovers by Mark Scheifele, Adam Lowry early in the game, and then Gabe Vilardi later. If Winnipeg wants to survive this game, they'll have to clean up that puck management.
Yeah, they'll have to, and that's what it is. It's puck management, right? When we talked in the pregame, when they were effective in Game 4 and Game 5, they were executing. They were getting exits out of their own end. They were making passes, and that's what this Dallas team has done to Winnipeg in Dallas. They seem to get them out of their rhythm. They seem to, so the execution isn't there, where it really is about execution with this team. And then when they are turning over the puck, Dallas is all over it. Dallas is pressuring them and taking advantage of the opportunities that the Jets are misfiring on. on with some of their cohesiveness that just isn't in sync right now.
Yeah, the other part of it too, and it was certainly as evident as any shift in the hockey game. When the Lowry line gets hemmed in, I counted 3, and there might have even been 4 clearing opportunities. They weren't able to get the puck out until late, and that is something else. I know they've talked about it a lot on their penalty kill, but 5-on-5, that line got hemmed in because they could not clear the puck efficiently.
And it's really kind of what the Jets did to Dallas. What it's doing is it's preventing Winnipeg from getting some zone time and getting set up. When they did manage to get in the offensive zone, especially towards the end of that period, then they could settle into their game and create a little bit. But really, that's what I think that kept Dallas from garnering more offense in Game 5 is what the Jets were doing with that. Now the Dallas Stars are sort of taking a page out of that and getting to them. And it's so advantageous when you have the change at home as well. You hem a line in, you force them to ice the puck. But I haven't seen a lot of ice, or there wasn't a lot of icings either, Kelly. They're doing a great job of just hemming them in and getting opportunity after opportunity. The Jets really have to focus on exiting their zone going into the second frame.
Yeah, I thought the number 1 line for Winnipeg was clearly the best line for the Jets, and they'll have to be because Pete DeBoer is playing the you-know-what out of Mikko Rantaanen, 8:56 on 10 shifts. That works out to an average shift length of 53 seconds, but you're not gonna peel off when you're putting pressure on in the offensive zone, so we'll monitor that as the game goes along. But 3 shifts for that number 1 Dallas line in the opening 3 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and they could smell blood in the water, right? They were circling, so to speak.
Well, I think that was also to get out of matchups, too.
Yeah, I think so, and then they kept going back with that, trying to find them some open space, and then when they would do it, they were creating. Again, I'm interested to see how the second period goes, because as much as Dallas had a great start, and I give them full credit for that, I'm interested to see if Winnipeg can settle in and then start exiting better and then creating their own offense. When they did, those were high danger chances. Like they got Perfetti down low, and they had Scheifele going to the net and something going off his skate.
Well, and even that chance for Ehlers where he came down Main Street, really about the first shot attempt Winnipeg had in the game.
And Velarde made a nice play behind the net to feed something out to the point. So if they can get that going and sustainable, this will be an evenly matched game. But so far right now, the majority of the period belonged to the Dallas Stars.
Face-offs 8-6 in Dallas's favor, and all of that is Matt Duchene winning 3 draws against Vlad Nemesnikov. You know, we talk about the matchups, 5-on-5. There are also certain matchups that the Dallas Stars are employing on home ice, specifically for face-offs, and Vlad Nemesnikov is the target because that's not his forte.
No, it's not. And really, it's interesting how they're focusing on that because he can be dangerous. And we saw that in Game 5 when he came down the middle off the turnover or the feed and just wired one past Ottinger. I think it's a complete game, though. Like, I think the Jets, the top line was, like, as you said, the best.
Yeah.
They've got to get into some rhythm here. They've got to settle things down. And Dallas, probably going to come out on fire again to the second period. But how you counter that, and to me, it's all about execution. It's all about make your passes, make your transitions, and settle into this game a little bit more than they have.
The Hits 25-9 in favor of the Winnipeg Jets, led by Mark Scheifele with 4, Luke Schenn and Hayden Fleury, that third defense pair, each with 3. We'll continue with more of our first intermission report in a moment, as we'll have a scoreboard update next on Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Connecting Winnipeg with Hal Anderson.
The reeve of the RM of Lactabani, Lauren Schinkel.
I attended to the scene on Tuesday. Our fire crews were already in there, and they said, we need help here. We need the water bomber. This was horrendous. If we wouldn't have had those resources and all of the local fire departments pulling together here and rowing in the same direction, those guys are the true heroes. Those on the front line of the fires, the TAC crews, our fire departments, the local, and the heroes in the area here.
Connecting Winnipeg with Hal Anderson. Weekdays from 10 to noon.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Noble, proud, feathered to stay warm. Goes great with watching hockey. Turkey, perfectly Canadian. Buy Canadian turkey and support Canadian farmers like me.
Boston Pizza is Canada's go-to place for playoffs. So this year, we're doing more than just hoping a Canadian team wins it all. We're manifesting it. We're planning the parade. We even got a bus. And we've got the sports bar dialed in with ice-cold draft beer and an elite playoff menu. Like the guy in the movie said, kind of.
If we plan it, we will win.
So when it's game day, post up early at BP and cheer for the Holy Grail to come home.
Winnipeg Jets exclusive coverage continues on 680 CJOB and CJKR 97.5 FM Powered 97. The official sports betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. This is Play Now Winnipeg Jets Hockey.
Well, let's take a look around the scoreboard here as we wind down the first intermission. Of course, at Florida at Toronto, Game 7 tomorrow night to determine who will play the Carolina Hurricanes in the Eastern Conference Final after the Leafs staved off elimination with a 2-0 victory in Florida last night. Canada 5-0 over Slovakia at the World Championship Hockey Tournament being co-hosted by Stockholm, Sweden and Herning, Denmark. Canada's next game coming up at 1:20 Monday afternoon when they will play Finland. Canada 5-0, Finland 4-1. One of those victories an overtimer as UC Saros stops 34 shots at a 2-1 victory over Latvia. In the Major Leagues of Baseball, Ernie Clement with the walk-off single to lead the Toronto Blue Jays past Detroit 2-1. Winnipeg Goldeyes are trailing the Lincoln Salt Dogs 1-0 in the bottom of the seventh inning in the American Association. And at the PGA Championship, Quail Hollow, Charlotte, North Carolina, a 665 for Scotty Scheffler in round 3 moves him into a 3-stroke lead over Alex Noren of Sweden going into the final 18 holes tomorrow. Winnipeg and Dallas in a scoreless tie. 14 of 18 skaters for the Winnipeg Jets with at least one hit in that first period among the 25 that they had on Dallas. We'll see if the physicality continues when Paul Edmonds and Mitchell Clinton will be heard next on Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Do you need more laughter in your life? Get ready for a wild time at the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, July 18th through 20th at Assiniboine Park. Get ready for a weekend packed with laughs from John Mulaney.
Wouldn't have happened on my watch.
Martin Short, Bert Kreischer, Theo Vaughn, Whitney Cummings, Jeremy Piven, Trailer Park Boys,
Decent,
Ms. Pat, Dusty Slay, and Laura Peak. Tickets on sale now at GreatOutdoorsComedyFestival.com.
You're a do-it-yourselfer, and we're here to help. Hi, I'm Mel Duick from Windeck. We're known for building beautiful top-of-the-line, low-maintenance decks. But many people don't know Windeck also supplies products for the do-it-yourselfer. And I guarantee they are the finest, safest, most proven products on the market, like Wolf PVC decking, Inlight lighting, and Star aluminum railings. So if you have a deck project that you'd like to tackle yourself, use the products the pros use from Windeck. And do it once, do it right.
Cambrian Credit Union helps Manitobans plan for every financial milestone, big and small. All this while giving back to the community and Cambrian members. Keep your money right here in Manitoba. From getting your first credit card for concert tickets at the Burt, to buying a home in Southdale or Garden City with expert mortgage advice, to planning for retirement on Lake Winnipeg. Wherever you're going, Cambrian Credit Union can help you get there. Member owned and proudly local. Visit cambrian.mb.ca.
Hey, this is Cole Perfetti, and you're listening to Winnipeg Jets Hockey with Paul Edmonds and Mitchell Clinton on 680 CJOB.
And we welcome you back to the broadcast booth, which is for Namath Diamonds. For your diamond engagement ring, see Namath Diamonds, a family tradition of excellence. In Southdale Square, long change for both teams. The Jets are flying from our broadcast right to left. They get outshot 6-4 in that first period, so they've adjusted the shots and added one more. And Mitchell, we've watched this team now for, this is 101 games. Most of the group, the 6 games in preseason, you saw them intersprinkled throughout, but not as a team. And I would tell you that if Winnipeg looked somewhat nervous and hesitant with the puck in that first period, they'll settle into this nicely now, or they should. At least past performance sheets would tell us that.
Yeah, for sure. They've starts over the course of the postseason and even in the regular season were sometimes a little bit of an issue for the Winnipeg Jets. And I don't doubt there was a little bit of nerves to get this one started. So now that that's kind of out of the way, see how they respond to what was a pretty dominant period by Dallas in the first.
Underway in the second period. Second period opening face-off for Cambrian Credit Union. Looking for a mortgage. Get peace of mind and flexibility with the best of both worlds mortgage. Visit Cambrian.mb.ca. Winnipeg will shuttle the puck down inside that Dallas end. Get it back toward the line. Sandberg slings it toward the net. Glove down by Ottinger, and he'll hang on for a whistle 21 seconds into this second period.
I don't mind the play by Sandberg just to get that puck to the net. Never a bad idea. Probably looking for a tip on that one, but that shot just ends up kind of sailing all the way through. Ottinger saw it the whole way, but on top of that, you get another offensive zone draw, and Mark Scheifele hops on the ice.
No score in the hockey game. Do it to the right of Ottinger. Scheifele's going to be waved. And in comes Velarde. Velarde at 63% coming in. He'll try to tie up. It's won by Johnston. Center out of the far side. Winnipeg will steal the puck. They're trying to fight toward the side of the slot, broken up. That was DeMello, and it's expunged back out towards center ice. Winnipeg will throw it right back in. Ceci runs it up along the boards to the near side for Wyatt Johnston. Hustles towards center ice and softly sends it inside the Winnipeg end. DeMello rimmed it around the boards to the far side. Kept in, pinching down along the boards. Winnipeg will come away with it though. A 3-on-2 emerging. Now one touch, Morrissey to the near side for Connor, back for Morrissey. Cutting toward the net, and the puck just hopped over the defenseman's stick. Scheifele takes a body check on the far side. Fans like that. Puck is shuttled around to the near side. Velarde trying to hold that. Flung back out towards center ice by Dallas. Winnipeg will reload. Pionk takes a D-to-D pass. Rips it inside that Dallas end. Rolls around to the near side. CC will try to move it up along the boards. And got it there, and Robertson will backhand it all the way down. Not enough for icing. Skating after it, Neil Pionk. Slides off a check there of Dodonov. Now he scoots out towards center ice, into toward the middle for Nemestikov. Hops across the line, dropped it for Perfetti. Perfetti waits, put it back for the line. Sandberg, side of the slot on the far side, backdoor for Ehlers. Couldn't get a stick on it. And now out of his own zone, Dodonov. He'll backhand it down inside that Winnipeg end. Sam Steele the first one after it, so icing washed out. Winnipeg up along the boards, waiting for Nikolai Ehlers. Ehlers back in toward the middle, and he drifts a pass to the near side. Break wide for Pionk, and Pionk will sit it down with a wrist shot inside that Dallas end. Heiskanen after it, rolled it around to the near side, pulled off the wall, and again, stopped by Dodonov. In toward the middle for Heiskanen, through that neutral ice, skips inside that Winnipeg end, turns into the corner and fires! And it's off a stick of a challenging Morrissey, up and over the side glass, and out of play it goes. 17:50 remaining in this second period. No score. That puck kind of buggy whipped off the stick of Morrissey and almost in the reverse direction. It boomeranged back the other way.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird look considering where Heiskanen shot that puck from, but there's two of the best defensemen at getting up in the play in the National Hockey League. Josh Morrissey and Miro Heiskanen showing how quickly they can get involved in a rush. Morrissey just missing on a tap in front of the net off a nice setup on the 3-on-2.
Morrissey will send the puck over the glass, but it's off a stick. Called right away by the linesman, so no call. 17:46 remaining in the second period. No score. Face off to the left of Hellebuck. We do it back inside that Jets end. Winnipeg Jets hockey brought to you in part by Mid-Canada Fasteners, Santa Lucia Pizza, and Mr. Furnace. Lowry will take the draw against Rupe Hintz. And now there's
someone needing some attention in the stands here. Roughly where the puck went.
Now they're going to blow the whistle to say, okay, let's go. And Winnipeg wins the draw inside their own zone. Morrissey trying to get it around. Stop there. Morrissey hauled to the ice by Rantanen. No call. Puck is in all the way down. Icing will be the call against the Jets, even though Appleton got in a foot race with Leon Bischel. Appeared to have the inside track, but not before the puck crossed over the goal line and he could touch it.
And it's 100% a fan got hit with the puck, and they've got some towels on him and whatnot. He's getting attended to. Yeah, it's always unfortunate when that puck goes over. I mean, it's hard for me to even think of the times where the netting behind the net wasn't there. now that it's been here so long.
Slap shot by Heiskanen on a face-off win. Fired that wide. Came off the back wall. Snared again by Niederreiter to center ice. He'll backhand it in. Rolled around by Harley. And it's going to go off the meshing as it came off the glass up to the top of it. Back onto the ice surface. We'll get a stoppage and a face-off inside of the Dallas end. 17:23 remaining in this second period. No score.
Not as much flow to start this second period as we saw, especially about midway through the first period. This puts a little bit more emphasis on face-offs and trying to make your offense out of that.
An opportunity for Winnipeg. Send out their top line once again. Scheifele will take the draw against Johnston. Johnston wins it. Lindell sends it around to the far side. Stopped to the point, though, by DeMello. Rolled around back to the near side corner. Fighting forward is Kyle Connor. Scheifele in there to help out. Scheifele came away with the puck. Scheifele double team back to where the line. Morrissey can't hold the line. Rantanen emerges out of his own zone. Rantanen to the near side for Johnson. Moving in, shoots. And it's off a stick and wide. Back after it again. Back in behind the net was Robertson. Bumped off the puck by Scheifele. Winnipeg will get it out towards center ice. Ceci will backpedal to his own line. Take a return pass. Cody Ceci up along the wall to the near side for Johnston. Cross ice pass. Spits off a skate. And Kareem's back inside that Dallas end. Johnston with it again. Onto the far side. Nuts back inside that Winnipeg end and wide. Johnston scampers after it. He got taken off the puck. Johnston after it back in behind the net. Robertson was there. Taken off his stick by Scheifele, who floats it back out towards center ice. Scheifele took a body check on the far side. Johnston finished it on him. Scheifele bumps his man as it snaps back again at center ice by Dallas and sent back inside the zone. Intercepted to the near side here by Granlund. Off the goaltender. He sent it around to the far side. Winnipeg will force it back out towards center in Barron. Here come the Stars again. Rope Hintz will drop it. Return pass for Hintz. Off the stick there of DeMello. DeMello and Hintz battling back in behind the net. Came to the side of the net. Stopped again by Hellebuck. And now pitched again off the window by DeMello. Moved it ahead for Iafallo to center ice. He'll dump it in. Racing after it is Tatum. Bumps with his man. Goes to the far side corner. Flipped up along the boards, but it stays inside the zone. Morgan Barron for a moment kept it in. He got bumped off the puck and it's sent back out towards center ice. Inside the zone is Granlund. He's going to be way in ahead of the play. Some might call that a three-line pass. And it'll be offside against Dallas. And they're pointing the face-off back toward the Dallas blue line.
Yeah, and I always find it kind of funny when because players at this level, you probably have a real good feel for if you're offside or not. And that one was not close. And as soon as the whistle goes, Granlund just kind of gives it the shrug, like, what do you mean I was offside? What do you mean? But neutral zone face-off for Winnipeg, and Vlad Nemestikov, and the guys were talking about it in the intermission, 0 for 4 so far in the face-off dot. He'd love to start getting some back to his teammates here.
Lyubushkin inside his own zone for Heiskanen. Couple of hard strides towards center ice, and Jamie Benn got knocked off the puck, got back up, fires that puck back inside the zone as he came away with it. Winnipeg rolls it around on the far side. After it into where the corner, a couple of jets for Benn, shoots as the puck found him and the captain just steered it wide. Winnipeg will jam it along the boards out towards center ice. Lyubushkin gave it away to Nikolai Ehlers. Now for Nemestikov. And Nemestikov couldn't find it in his skates. And Benn will poke at it. Send it back inside the Winnipeg end. Ehlers curls in his own zone. Carries it across the line. Dropped it into where the corner for Hayden Fleury. He let it go and rolled around to the far side. Perfetti will get it back to the near side. Nobody was home for the Jets, and out come the Dallas Stars towards center ice. Dodonov off a check, but he lost it. Winnipeg and a headman pass. Nikolai Ehlers has got a breakaway. He rolls right in, shoots, and it's kicked away by Onger. It was a 2-on-0, and Winnipeg Scheifele high slot shoots, and it's off a stick. And then a high sticking call coming up to Dallas. And they got Velarde out in front. Scheifele shoots, he scores! Velarde took a high stick with a delayed penalty. Got the puck along the boards, centered back out in front. But who better to score than Mark Scheifele tonight? And Winnipeg opens up the scoring. It's 1-0 for the Jets.
I love how Winnipeg stays with this puck. Nikolai Ehlers gets stopped at the end of a shift on a breakaway, but Winnipeg stays on it. Gabriel Velarde takes a high stick. I couldn't tell if it was from Ottinger, if it was from a defenseman. Either way, stick got up in his face, but he stayed on that puck. Liam Bischel's all over him. but somehow Velarde's able to pull this thing out of the corner, gets it to Kyle Connor, who sends it to the front of the net, and Mark Scheifele doesn't rush that rebound, makes one little move, 5-hole opens up, and it's in the back of the net.
Scheifele, his 5th from Connor and likely Velarde. And the Winnipeg Jets top line comes through and they open up the scoring. Winnipeg in this series 2-1 when they score first. They're looking for more. Here they come again. Appleton across the line. Appleton wades inside the zone. Put it back to the line. DeMello shooting. And it's kicked away by Onger. And backhanded out towards center ice by Dallas. Picked up again and thrust back in by DeMello. Rolled around to the near side. Lowry goes after it. He pits down. Line is held now by Morrissey. His shot goes wide. Careens off the back wall. Back out towards center ice. 5:28 the time of that goal for Mark Scheifele. Time of the goal for JS Furniture. Visit us online at furnitureandmore.ca. Winnipeg trying to take over this game. Here they are. DeMello shoots as he passed it ahead now for Iafallo. Back toward the line. Pounded back toward the net from the blue line. That's off a skate. Ricochets into toward the corner. Excellent chances for Winnipeg. Again, they are looking for more after opening up the score. And they come and stacked a few shifts together after the opening goal. And Dallas will take an icing call. And Winnipeg will have an opportunity to change. Dallas won't. And Dallas will have a face-off back inside their own zone.
Yeah, talk about goal legs. The Winnipeg Jets definitely have it now, and they're out shooting Dallas 6-0 in this second period. We talked about, what adjustment or what bounce back or what feel would Winnipeg have coming into the second period after the first, and how Dallas was able to generate a lot of the offensive opportunities while they've come out really strong in the first 6:33 here.
Dallas wins the draw. And sends it out towards center ice. Even strength goal for Scheifele. He's after the puck again. Stars will win that battle. Out towards center ice and flip back inside that Winnipeg end by Duchesne. Rolled around by Sandberg on the far side for Neil Pionk. Reverses to the near side again for Sandberg. Long lead pass on the tape on the far side. Swinging through that neutral ice. Velarde across the line. Dropped it for Connor. Connor will pitch it back in by the net. Grabbed there by Scheifele. Trying to get it back out in front. And it touched the stick of Velarde and Connor. Neither could get a shot away from the slot. Out towards center ice. Ripped right back in by Pionk. To the near side. Connor moves in. Shoots. And stopped by Onger from a bad angle. Swept into toward the corner. Up along the boards. Kept alive here by Morrissey. Morrissey down low again for Connor. Back in behind the net. Back toward the line. DeMello moving and shooting. Stopped by Onger. Rebound sent all the way down. And it's right on top of Hellebuck, so icing washed out. It's all the Dallas Stars can do is to get to the bench for the long line change. To the near side. Perfetti across the line on the far side. Nemestikov paddles it around back in behind the net. After it, Perfetti. Perfetti back toward the line for Morrissey. Morrissey will try to hold the line. His pass bounces off of Rantanen, who carries it back out towards center ice. Crossed over the line. Rantanen moving in, shoots, and it's off a stick, up and over the back glass, and out of play it goes. 12:06 remaining in this second period. The score: Winnipeg 1, Dallas 0. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 at 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Grab your jersey. Grab your generic lager. Impressively standard beer for impressively intense moments. Brewed in Winnipeg by Little Brown Jug. Generic. The most domestic choice.
When the game really counts, you want to watch it on the big screen with great food and cheering fans. That's why Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs are Winnipeg's favorite destinations for playoff hockey. Want to experience a game in person? Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs are giving away tickets to the next home game. Plus, enjoy great food and beverage specials. Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs. Manitoba owned, Manitoba grown, and Manitoba proud. Canada Inns thanks you for supporting local. Proudly a part of your community since 1975. Enjoy responsibly.
Fighting crime and crime one drain at a time. There's a reason they call us Mr. as in Mr. Rooter. Every spring, our fair city is under attack by clogged drains and backed up sewers. When melting snow and heavy rains threaten to cause sewage and wastewater to back up into your home, only Mr. Rooter stands between your basement and total plumbing chaos. Call them today to clean your sewers and drains.
Born to be a hero, trained to be a plumber. That's Mr. Rooter.
This is Winnipeg Jets hockey on 680 CJOB.
Winnipeg Jets hockey brought to you in part by St. Andrews Parts and Power, Wilfs, Eli Ford, and Windeck. 1-0 Winnipeg. Scheifele is fifth from Connor and Velarde at 5:28. Winnipeg is really taking over this second period. We're going to face off inside the Jets' end.
Yeah, and wildly enough, Mark Scheifele's first road playoff goal since April 16th, 2019. That was Game 4 against St. Louis.
Winnipeg inside their own zone, took care of the puck and got it out towards center ice. Heiskanen back inside his own zone to the near side now for Granlund. He skips inside that Winnipeg end. Weak backhand toward the net. Kicked away by Hellebuck. Rebound to the far side. Appleton out towards center ice. Moved ahead for Lowry. Chugs inside the zone. Shoots! And a stick save made by Ottinger. The rebound just hopped over the stick. Driving the net of Niederreiter. Back the other way. Winnipeg will steal the puck. But it's followed up. And now Dallas will send it inside the zone. Brandon back after it. Squeezed out by Lowry. Again, sent off the glass by Niederreiter. Trickles down inside that Dallas end. Icing washed out. Winnipeg hustles to the bench for a whole line change.
That rush through the neutral zone got thwarted momentum-wise by Winnipeg. A good line change by Hayton Fleury.
Good stick by Winnipeg again. They dance out of their own zone to Mestikov. Four strong at center ice. Far side for Neil Pionk. He'll drop it now into the high slot. And Nikolai Ehlers, a wrist shot toward the net. He took a big hit. And the shot went wide. And we're going to get a stoppage of play. And is there going to be a penalty? I don't think so on Mason Marchment on that hit by Nikolai Ehlers. It went off a stick and into the mesh and back onto the ice surface. Nikolai gets up. He is no worse for wear, but he took a pretty good lick.
And kind of bordering on a launch there by Marchment into Nikolai Ehlers. And then Marchment gave Scheifele a whack as he's heading off the ice. It's kind of been Marchment this whole series trying to agitate and get Winnipeg off their game. Takes the opportunity to throw the hit on Nikolai Ehlers, but Jets forward looks to be okay.
Winnipeg wins the draw back toward the line. Morrissey down along the boards into where the corner, back in behind the net, out in front for Scheifele, and a jam at it, and it was stopped in front. Good defensive play by Duchesne, and the puck will hit a body over the Jets bench. We'll get a stoppage of play. 10:52 remaining in this second period. 1-0 Winnipeg, and we're almost halfway through this hockey game.
Josh Morrissey using those wheels off of that face-off win. Get himself down behind the net and somehow finds Mark Scheifele in all this traffic. Scheifele does get the shot off, but it ends up going off of a leg.
Back toward the line, Winnipeg wins the draw. Near side, Morrissey moves in, shoots, blocked it away by Ottinger. Tumbled around on the far side, collected again by DeMello. Spins it around back and behind the net. Scheifele tried to get it out in front. Hit a stick, bounced into where the corner. Kyle Connor after it again against CC. Bounced into where the corner, up in the air. Scheifele tried to settle it down, and there's a penalty coming up. And it's going to Dallas?
I think it's just a high stick. Yeah. Or maybe you're right. No. I thought Matt Duchesne was making his way over there, but from what I saw, I believe Mark Scheifele just, in an effort to maintain possession, just kind of high stick the puck just above his, just above what's legally required, and then was the first one to touch it.
So the faceoff will come outside of the Dallas blue line. 10:31 remaining in the second period. Scheifele has the lone goal. Apropos, I would tell you tonight as well, Mitchell.
100%. He's had a couple of other great chances too. Puck just kind of seems to be following him in this one.
Morgan Barron will take the draw. And now he's waved. In comes Iafallo against Wyatt Johnston. Johnston wins it back inside his own zone. Labushkin far side for Heiskanen. Sent with some authority down inside that Winnipeg end. Hellebuck will roll it around to the near side. It stopped into where the corner, came to where the high slot. Grabbed there by Robertson. Trying to get it back toward the line. Partially intercepted by Tanev, and he forced it out towards center. Jason Robertson with it. Bank shot inside that Winnipeg end. Trying to get it for Randon. Broken up by Winnipeg and Morrissey. Wheels out of his own zone to the far side for Tanev. Softly backheads it down inside that Dallas end. Takes a body check from Bischel. Bischel to collect the puck. Sends it back out towards center ice. Grabbed again by Shen. Pitched off the boards and floated back inside the Dallas end. Sent right back out, bounced off a shin pad, back inside the zone. Bischel with it again. Charging after it is Barron. Now he peels off for a line change. Bischel just about gave away the puck for Fetty into where the slot, and he's kicked off the puck by Bischel, who atoned for the error, and he strides out towards center ice, does Liam Bischel, and he flops it inside that Winnipeg end. Up along the boards here, and Winnipeg out towards center ice. Perfetti shoots it down, gets it in deep. After it and ridden out there, maybe a little interference. Nemestikov couldn't get to the puck. Moved up along the boards and out towards center ice. Off the instep of the skate of Nikolai Ehlers, and it flies out of play. We'll get a stoppage and have a neutral ice face-off when we come back. 9:18 remaining in the second period. The score, Winnipeg 1, Dallas nothing. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Jets fans, playoff hockey is back, and there's nothing bigger than the Winnipeg Whiteout. You can be here for every unforgettable history-making moment by becoming a season ticket member today. Experience the Whiteout inside Canada Life Center, live and in person. Get access to playoff packages and pre-sales for round 2 and beyond by visiting winnipegjets.com/memberships today. That's winnipegjets.com/memberships.
Rule the outdoors with Makita Outdoor Power Equipment, available at Mid-Canada Fasteners and Tools. Right now and only while the Jets are in the playoffs, spend a minimum of $500 on Makita products and receive a free Makita cordless radio worth $200. Plus, get a 4-amp battery at a special discounted price. Makita lawnmowers, line trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws are in stock too.
Shop where the professional tradespeople shop. You're always welcome here at Mid-Canada Fasteners and Tools, 1557 King Edward Street.
Take control of your health today with the Manitoba Physiotherapy Association. Physiotherapists are skilled at treating a variety of conditions, including but not limited to muscle and joint pain, neurological disorders, vestibular disorders, pelvic floor disorders, and a variety of chronic health conditions. In Manitoba, you don't need a doctor's referral to see a physiotherapist in a private clinic. Learn how the Manitoba Physiotherapy Association can help you take control of your health. Click Find a Physio at mbphysio.org.
The official sports betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. This is Play Now Winnipeg Jets Hockey.
Winnipeg Jets Hockey brought to you in part by Shine Dental, Mr. Reuter, and Cambrian Credit Union. 1-0 Winnipeg. 9:18 remaining in this second period. Face off to the left of Jake Ottinger. Nemestikov will take the draw. And Dallas will win it. Plungered off the boards and out towards center ice. Knocked into where the middle of the ice. Grabbed there and across the line. And a great body check thrown. Sandberg on Marchment coming through that middle of the ice. And Winnipeg will get one back on Mason Marchment. They'll backhand the puck down inside that Dallas end. Stars into where the middle here. And Johnston onto the far side. Cross-ice pass almost intercepted by Ehlers. It finds the stick of Harley. He thrusts it inside the zone. Stopped by Hellebuck. Rebound. They score. Sam Steele on the putback. Hellebuck made the first save on Harley, went right to Steele, and he fires it. Hellebuck didn't see it. We're tied at 1.
Just the third shot on goal for Dallas in this period, and yeah, Winnipeg very nearly stifles this rush to the neutral zone. Just goes off the foot of Nikolai Ehlers, but goes forward instead of backward, and that allows Dallas to gain the zone with a little bit of speed, and it's just a shot to the net from the boards from Harley that Hellebuck stops, but it comes right back out to the top of the left circle, and it's off the crossbar and in. Perfect shot by Steele.
Sam Steele with his first of the playoffs. And Winnipeg come marching back down inside the zone. DeMello shoots, stopped again by Ottinger. He's been sharp in this second period. Back the other way, the Stars will try to move it to the far side. Broken up by DeMello. Indirect off the boards, and it slides down inside that Dallas end. Petrovic will pitch it up along the boards, intercepted by Lowry on the far side for Niederreiter. Niederreiter curls into where the corner, rolls it around to the near side. Appleton back toward the line for Morrissey. Morrissey far side for DeMello. Shoots, deflected in front just over the net. Morrissey pinches in to hold the line. Spins off a check, leaves it for Lowry. Paddled into where the corner. Mason Appleton trying to get it back out in front, broken up. And Granlund will get to center ice, take a body check from Morrissey, and deposit the puck down inside that Winnipeg end. Under 8 minutes remaining in the second period. We're tied at 1. Luke Shen, hard strides towards center ice, crossed over the line. He'll shoot it around the board to the near side. It wraps into where the corner. After it goes Connor. Connor back up along the boards. He takes the puck, high slot, dropped it for Fleury. To the side now of the net for Velarde, and he tried to backhand it backdoor, and that just missed on the far side. Grabbed by Bano towards center ice. He'll chunk it down inside that Winnipeg end and go after it. Bodies flying all over the place. Scheifele will pick it up, pull it off the wall, skate through that neutral ice, knifing his way inside the zone, trying to go inside and out. He's turned off stride there by Ceci. Ceci rolled it around to the far side. Collected though by Velarde. Shoots from the point as he pinched in and held back in behind. Sandberg along the wall. Kicked away by Ottinger and again thrusted back out towards center ice for Dallas. Winnipeg will settle it back down inside their own zone. Fans are into it again in a 1-1 tie. Long lead pass, far side. Scooting inside the zone is Tanev. Tried to get it back out in front. All tied up with Scheifele. Couldn't get a stick on it. Back the other way. Rope Hintz will backhand it inside the zone. After it goes Winnipeg, they roll it around to the near side. Pulled off the wall now by Morgan Barron. Skates freely out towards center ice. Will dump it in. Charging after it. There goes Scheifele. He'll bump with Heiskanen. Freed up now for Tanev. Put back in behind the net. Heiskanen after it again. Scheifele in on him. Tanev after it as well. Tanev tried to slide it up along the boards. Intercepted. And Hintz will get it out towards center ice. Stopped by Barron. Chipped it back inside that Dallas end. Lyubushkin will stop that. Winnipeg wants a change here. 6:15 remaining in this second period, and Robertson will slide it down inside that Winnipeg end.
Really like Winnipeg's response since the Dallas goal. They've spent every shift in the Dallas end working that puck around, churning, forcing Dallas to defend. It's taken a lot out of the Stars.
Nikolai Ehlers turned over the puck at the line, back the other way. Dodonov. He will scoot his way inside the zone, put on the brakes, fire the puck toward the net, just put it wide on the far side from the near side. Back to the line, it's held by Dallas, into where the corner goes. Sam Steele, runners after it there on the far side, back toward the line for Lindell, and the pass wasn't very efficient, and it came outside the line. Regroup here now again for Dallas. They'll wrist it inside the zone. Dodonov taking off stride. Winnipeg will come over the puck. Nikolai Ehlers down along the boards. He'll shoot it from a long distance. And it's gloved down by Ottinger, and he'll hang on for a whistle. 5:28 remaining in this second period. Tied at 1. They'll take the timeout even after that long dump in by Nikolai Ehlers. 5:28 to go in the second. The score, Winnipeg 1, Dallas 1 here in Game 6. You're listening to Play Now, Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets, Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Hey, hockey fans, thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, that's the other channel that's been helping us out with the NBA playoff coverage for our Playoff Pulse campaign. And I had to get that new video in here because it looks awesome. And I just wanted to check it out. So, with that being said, now's the time of the show for you to let us know where you are watching from all over the world. Let's see where hockey fans are gathering from here on Toronto Sports Insider as well, not only on YouTube, but tonight as well on the Millions platform. As you know, we just passed 100,000 subscribers. The next logical goal is 1 million. So we thought we might as well start checking some stuff out with this new platform called Millions. Download the phone app on either Android or iPhone. Check it out, and thank you for letting us know where you're watching from in the chat. Now let's get back to the hockey. Maybe we'll see you over at Millions Good luck to your team. Go Jets, go. Come on, Canada. Let's force another Game 7.
28 remaining, second period. We are tied at 1. Scheifele his 5th. Steele his 1st. Scheifele at 5:28. Steele at 11:12. Time of the goal for JS Furniture. Visit us online at furnitureandmore.ca. Shot from the point, that went wide. Grabbed again and twisted off the boards out towards center ice. DeMello trying to feed it up along the boards, intercepted by Dallas at the red line. They'll scoop it down inside that Winnipeg end. After it goes, Wyatt Johnston freed it up into the corner for Granlund. Granlund back in behind the net, rolled around to the near side. Winnipeg may have tripped one of the forwards. That's Morrissey after Rantanen. You can hear by the booing, there's no call. Back toward the line, CC on the far side. Wrist shot toward the net, stopped by Hellebuck. And he'll hang on, pouncing on that rebound after that shot from Esa Lindell on the far side point.
Morrissey's not feeling very good. Can't put a whole lot of weight on that left leg. He's on the bench right now.
Yep. It got underneath Rantanen as they both went down.
And the fans wanted a tripping call, thinking maybe it was a slew foot, because the skates definitely do come together. But yeah, it gets stuck underneath Rantanen there, and Morrissey's heading to the room.
Winnipeg wins the draw, and they get it out towards center ice. Niederreiter hop towards center. Cross-ice pass now for Pionk, and he swayed his way in, but somebody was in ahead of the play, offside against the Jets at the Dallas Stars line.
And I'll tell you that Morrissey needed a fair amount of assistance to get down the hall. So obviously we'll monitor that, but not what you want to see if you're the Winnipeg Jets.
No. And there's 4:44 remaining in this period. Out towards center ice, up in the air. Settled down by Appleton. Crossed over the line. He'll wrap it into where the corner, picked up there by Niederreiter. Toe drag, trying to get it out in front. And taken off the puck, and Jimmy Benn will turn it the other way to the near side for Seguin. Seguin will knock it down inside of that Winnipeg end. After it goes, Sandberg into where the corner, continuing with a couple of 3 Dallas Stars now. Ben, Seguin, Duchesne is there. Duchesne knocked off the puck by Lowry. Fans want another penalty, not going to get one. Winnipeg to the near side. Appleton rolled it around to the far side for Neil Pionk. Chipped around to the near side again, and now swiveling out of his own zone is Sandberg, all alone towards center ice. Sandberg waiting. Winnipeg wanted a line change. He'll get it in deep. Sends it around to the far side. Labushkin will peel it off the wall, up along the wing. And now Seguin into where the middle. Kick from a skate to a stick. Across the line, cutting toward the net, and getting chopped down with a body check or maybe a bit of a stick was Marchment. Winnipeg back across the line. DeMello moving in, shoot, stop, rebound. And it's dustpan back in by Ottinger, and he'll hang on for a whistle. I want to see that again on Marchment and how he went down, and now he's upset with one of the Jets. Went over and skated over to Luke Schenn, but Schenn, I don't think he stuck out his knee as much as he pushed him off the puck. Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and it's Marchment's momentum that also carries him forward. Ottinger might have been an equipment issue. He just headed over to the Dallas bench here quickly with 3:33 to go. And Marchment's certainly not getting the benefit of the doubt when it comes to any penalty calls over the course of the last few games.
Well, I'll ask you this sincerely. It's because he likely has a reputation.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, you know, it's, I can imagine it's frustrating for him, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of like you make your bed kind of situation. And he's certainly been trying to aggravate the Winnipeg Jets through the game as well. And like we said earlier, like that's part of how he plays the game, and that's fine. Gets a good hit on Nikolai Ehlers earlier, but he's certainly been looking toward the officials every time he's ended up on the ice.
Face off to the right of Ottinger as he's come back into the net. Morgan Barron will try to win it. He's going to be waived. 3:33 remaining in the second, tied at 1. Iafallo will come in, and he wins it cleanly back toward the line. Marching down into where the corner, DeMello, and he slides it through the slot, nobody home. Winnipeg down to 5D. They've done this before a few times over the course of the regular season. And into the playoffs as well. Puck is dumped down inside of that Dallas end. After it goes, Iafallo tried to 180 away from some pressure. Up along the boards. Snatched off the boards there to the near side. Rantanen onto the far side. Coming in late, Harley. And he'll golf chop it from the Jets line inside the zone. There's going to be an offside call against Dallas, as maybe Rantanen was in ahead of the play, or even Wyatt Johnston.
That was part of the conversation that Pete DeBoer had with the media this morning, talking about 11 and 7. Yes, you can double shift Mikko Rantanen, but it also covers you a little bit on the back end if something bad does happen. And Winnipeg's not really an 11-7 team. It's not really how they like to run things. And as we said, they've had success going with 5D as well.
And with the draw, get it out towards center ice, carried back in by Granlund, offside. Will be the call again. Maybe a glove hand pass as well. So a neutralized face-off, under 3 minutes remaining in this 1-1 tie here in the second period.
And I believe it was Neil Pionk earlier in the year. We had him on post-game and asked him about, you end up at 5D and what's that like? Because you're usually, you'll have your consistent partner, but you might also have a whole lot of different ones depending on how things run. And he said, you can really stay in the game because you have to be so alert.
Yeah, you might be playing your offside as well. Winnipeg sorted the puck out inside their own zone and now out towards center ice. Pionk for Niederreiter. Dumped back inside that Dallas end, came off the back wall, and Dallas flying through that neutralized and rope ends. He'll shovel it with a backhand inside that Winnipeg end. Pionk wraps it around to the far side, came back toward the line, shot came in, stopped, rebound, Granlund shoots, stopped by Hellebuck, back out in front again, taken away off the stick of Hintz by Adam Lowry, and dumped all the way down right on top of Ottinger. Ottinger will send a long late pass for Heiskanen back into where the middle hook comes. Dallas again. Thrust toward the net off the rush by Robertson. He put that wide. Back to the near side. Seguin out in front. Ben shoots off the side of the net. Gobbled up again. Seguin back to the line. A shot coming in from the point. That went wide off the stick of the far side of Duchesne. And it kicks off the back wall back out towards center ice. Under 2 minutes remaining in the second period. We're tied at 1. Sandberg on the far side for Appleton across the line. Now for Scheifele. High slot. Connor moves in, shoots, and it's stopped by Ottinger. Connor grabbed it again. Connor high slot, turned over the puck. Back again, far side Duchesne in toward the middle, and Seguin will slide it down inside that Winnipeg end. 90 seconds to go in this second period. Winnipeg out towards center ice. Perfetti can't handle that cleanly. Sam Steele with a goal here tonight for Dallas. Plays it to the far side. He'll go back after it again as it rolls inside that Winnipeg end. Steele with a puck. Steele into where the corner, twisting and turning. Got some separation back in behind the net. Put it back toward the line. Intercepted by Nemestikov. Nemestikov now for DeMello. Back to the near side for Velarde. Velarde for Nemestikov. He can't get it any further than center ice. Back the other way, Steele. And he's a little slow to get there, barging toward the puck at the end of a shift. And it's taken from him by Sandberg. Sandberg down to the near side again for Nemestikov. He'll shoot it in from center ice. Stopped by Ottinger. He'll leave it back in behind his own net for Heiskanen. Nice move to elude a check. Heiskanen up along the boards. Intercepted by Barron as Rantanen overskated the puck. Barron across the line. And they're going to say it's offside against the Jets. And we'll get a stoppage of play with 38 seconds remaining in the second period. Tied at 1.
Now a little bit of some drama in front of the Winnipeg Jets net, trying to clear out a loose puck. It just seemed Dallas was always getting their first stick on it. Fleury and Pionk were the deep air on the ice trying to find it, but Winnipeg gets out of that one, and then at the other end of the ice create just a great opportunity off the rush, and it's Mark Scheifele finding Kyle Connor through the seam, and Jake Ottinger, as soon as he sees that, gets right out to the top of that crease. Connor tried to go high stick side, but Ottinger knocks it away.
Connor shaking his head at the bench. He'd love to get one in this building.
Oh, yes.
Had some great chances over the last few games. Puck is sent inside the Winnipeg end. Rope hands far side for Granlund. Mushed against the boards on the far side. Winnipeg and Neil Pionk will try to roll it back in behind the net. Iafallo is there. 20 seconds to go. Grabbed though by Dallas. Granlund turns and fires. Stopped by Hellebuck. 10 against the post to the near side. Now Rope Hintz battling there against Luke Schenn. Schenn back in behind the net. Scraped it away there from Rantanen. Moved it up along the wing now for Morgan Barron. He carts it out towards center ice. 5 seconds left. He'll dump it in. Wraps around the boards. And we'll get an icing call against the Jets with 2.8 seconds remaining in this second period in a 1-1 tie.
And now you really focus in on face-offs. Yeah, Morgan Barron in full possession has probably needed another stride or two to get to that red line, and you could almost hear the entire Dallas bench calling for that icing as soon as Barron let that go. Good thing is the draw looks like it'll be on Barron's strong side.
So Barron will try to win it into toward the corner, you would have to think. .8 seconds remaining. Barron against Duchesne. Barron just ties up, but Duchesne wins it back to where the line. Quick shot by Heiskanen, put over the net off a stick. And then the horn sounds. So Winnipeg averted disaster there. Somebody got a good stick on that Heiskanen shot. Horn sounds to end 40 minutes. Nothing settled in a 1-1 tie.
It may have gone off of Tanev as well. There was a whole lot of traffic in front of Connor Hellebuck there, but nonetheless, Winnipeg gets out of there at 1-1. And overall, probably for the majority of that period, we're the better team on the ice. You only get one on Jake Ottinger, and Dallas comes back, finds a way to get themselves pulled back even. But it was a physical second period between these two teams, and they both know they're going to have to dig deep coming into this third.
Let's have a look at the stat summary through 40 minutes. No scoring in the first period, so the two teams went to their respective dressing rooms scoreless after one. And then both goals of this hockey game scored in this recently completed second period. Winnipeg opened up the scoring. Mark Scheifele, appropriately, his fifth of the postseason from Connor and Velarde at 5:28 on a delayed penalty. And Winnipeg opens the scoring, as mentioned, 1-0, and the Jets are 2-1 in this series when they have scored the game's first goal. But 6 minutes later at 11:12, Sam Steele scores his first of the playoffs from Harley and Heiskanen. And that was on a rebound putback after the Harley shot. And Steele beats Connor Hellebuck to the top of the net for his first at 11:12, tied at 1. That's where we sit at the end of 2. So Scheifele is fifth, Steele his first, the goal scorers in the game. No penalties in the first, no penalties in the second. We've had no penalties in this hockey game. There's been some calls that I think have been let go. They're letting them play, and I'm okay with that on both sides so far. So no power plays for either team. And the shots on goal in that second period, Winnipeg out shooting Dallas 12-8, and now occupy the two-period total at 16-14. But as mentioned, nothing settled through 2 in a 1-1 tie. Second intermission report is coming up next with Kelly Moore and Jim Toth. The score after 40. Winnipeg 1, Dallas 1. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey from Dallas, Texas on the radio home of the Jets, Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Welcome to the city's biggest conversation.
There's work that you have to do in order to be successful.
I'm forcing myself to smile right now to try to calm myself down because my blood is boiling for you.
And then you have to defend your actions.
There's a window of opportunity here. It's a marvel.
We're getting ahead of ourselves.
It's such a huge plus.
How do you feel about it?
It's not anything other than that.
Well, what did we get out of that? Do you guys know what we're supposed to do now? No.
I can't even begin to understand.
You're listening to 680 CJOB, Winnipeg's News, Today's Talk.
Hi, Blake Legault here from Wilfs Eli Ford. Wilfs has been your independent, locally owned Ford dealership for 44 years. That's 44 years of loyal customers. And thank you for your dedication. We have amazing loyalty offers on Edge and F-150s. But it doesn't stop there. We also have 0% financing on most lines. Do you want to know why customers keep coming back to Wilfs Eli Ford? Come in for a visit. Once you experience our pressure-free buying experience, I'm sure you'll keep coming back too. See wilfseliford.ca for details.
You know what goes well with pizza from Santa Lucia Pizza.
They've been the leaders in quality since 1971, and now they just keep winning award after award after award. So, sounds like they know a thing or two about making tasty pizza. How about this? When you're getting ready on game day, choose one of Santa Lucia Pizza's many specials or combos and find out why time and time again it's listed as Manitoba's favorite pizza.
Santa Lucia Pizza. It's all about the sauce.
This is Winnipeg Jets hockey on 680 CJOB.
1-1 is the score after 40 minutes of play. Sam Steele bar down. 5 minutes and 49 seconds after Mark Scheifele, 5:44 after Mark Scheifele had opened the scoring with his 5th of the playoffs and his first on the road since Game 4 in St. Louis back on April the 16th of 2019. And Mark also with a game-high 9 hits in this very, very hard-fought and intensely contested game as we're walking into the second intermission report. And we want to start by congratulating Alan Hayes, who correctly predicted that at least the first one who predicted Mark Scheifele would score tonight's first goal of the game for the Winnipeg Jets. So, Alan, you have won a pair of single-night tickets to the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival coming up July 18th through 20th at Assiniboine Park. And so far, we have not had a power play for Prairie Battery, your one-stop battery source, Winnipeg-born and Canadian-owned, prairiebattery.ca. And, Jim, not that I think that the teams are testing the two referees working the game tonight. Danny O'Rourke and the other official is Francois Saint-Laurent. But it's been close. I thought maybe that hit by Luke Shen, it looked like he got the knee in on Mason Marchment on that rush. But clearly the officials have a mandate of unless you push us too far, we're going to let you play.
Well, there's two folds here in my mind. Mason Marchment isn't going to get a lot of calls after
after the tap.
After the tap or the whack on the official in Game 3. So I don't think I think he's looking for some stuff and wondering why. But the other thing is, Kelly, is they're 50-50 calls, right? Like, I don't think they're egregious. They could go either way. And I think that, as Paul Edmonds said at the end of the period, they're kind of, unless it's egregious or more than a 50-50, could be a penalty, could not, they're letting them play for sure. So the other part of that is I think we've seen some really good, clean hockey. There's been some big hits handed out. There's been some turnovers, and nobody's really, tripping anybody once a turnover is made or going out of their way to deck somebody or anything like that. So a much better period overall in my mind by the Winnipeg Jets. I think the Dallas Stars clearly won the first one. I think this wasn't as lopsided as the first period, one team or the other, but I do think the Jets had the better play and opened the scoring there as well. It's going to be a fantastic third period with what's at stake. But the loss of Josh Morrissey, that looked terrible. And Josh Morrissey's reaction kind of tells us he knows that there's something that I can't kind of work out here. So that's a huge loss. But this team has been a third period team throughout most of the season this year. So if they can galvanize a little bit more and maybe get one and maybe an empty netter, or at least maybe go to overtime and take their chances. But so far, the game has lived up to what I kind of thought it would be. It's not wide open. The home team did take it to the road team for a bit, and then it's kind of leveled off where, as you said, no penalties called, right? There was one going to be, and then Mark Scheifele helped out with that. But to me, it's been a pretty evenly matched game, an exciting game, mostly due to poor play by the Jets in the first, and then they kind of evened it out and had good play, and it's been a toe-to-toe boxing match like we thought it would be. Yeah, I thought the Jets started to take the game over probably about the 3 or 4 minute mark of the second period up until they scored, and then, of course, Dallas, with the response, started to climb back into it. This is in the second period, and I liked the Jets' first 2 or 3 shifts after the Dallas tying goal. So both of these teams showing their pedigree, and it's important for Winnipeg because of their well-documented troubles on the road where one goal leads to another. They put the stopper on that one, even with the early exit of Josh Morrissey. Yeah, they have, and they've really, it's tough to do on the road and in that environment to do it to execute to a T like they did in Game 5 at home, but they're there, right? They're getting it done as much as as they can, and they're in this fight. I don't think this is tilted after 2 periods one way or the other. I think it's a pretty close game, and each team's getting their chances. A lot of them are, putting shots on net and hoping for a bounce here and there, and we know in tight games like this, that's often what it is.
Yeah, well, certainly that would be indicative of what we've seen so far. Winnipeg with 12 shots in that second period, while Dallas had just the 8th. The shot attempts in the hockey game so far favored Dallas by a 46-36 margin, but a lot of that happened in the first period with all those missed shots by the Dallas Stars. Physicality, Winnipeg is certainly bringing it, although I wonder if whoever's keeping track of that has a bit of a trigger finger. 44 hits by the Winnipeg Jets. I mentioned Mark Scheifele, 9 of those. Luke Schenn and Mason Marchment, each with 5 for their respective teams. But the difference is the physicality is up and down the lineup for the Winnipeg Jets. Marchment has 5 of the 19 hits so far for Dallas in this hockey game. We'll see if that physicality, as you just mentioned, Jim, pays off maybe in the third period for Winnipeg.
Well, and I thought a lot of it in the first, the physicality and the number of hits the Jets piled up was because you didn't have the puck a lot, right? And they were hemmed in their own end, so they're trying to hit guys off the puck and be a physical presence. Now I just think it's evened out. I do think it's a strategy here to sort of try and win this game and keep pounding the Stars, because we all know that if you're the ones getting hit come Game 7, you're going to get some momentum being at home, and you're going to start to feel that. But this has been a really, as we kind of predicted, I didn't think this would get out of hand at all. I thought it would be a tight one, and we'll see what happens. But the physicality is ramping up there, and of course, if you can make a difference. Marchment had a big hit on Nick Ehlers too, and
yes, he did.
I thought it was a little high, but I saw the replay, and I'm like, that's a pretty good hit there. So the physicality's there if they take their chances, but nobody's going out of their way to do anything egregious, which is what you'd expect in an elimination game.
Yeah, and it's difficult for Marchment. I think he's got, about 6 or 7 inches on Nikolai Ehlers. You have to avoid the high hit, and it was certainly on the borderline. There's no doubt about that. Face-offs, again, continue to be an issue for the Winnipeg Jets. In that second period, Dallas won 14 of 23, including that face-off won by Matt Duchene with 2.8 seconds left in the period after. And here's a very avoidable situation for the Jets. Morgan Barron just needed to skate that puck to center ice. Instead, he's maybe a stride and a half short of the center ice line, dumps it in, loses the face-off, and were it not for a great hustle by Brandon Tanev to block that shot by Miro Heiskanen, that could have been a dagger.
Well, and just a perfectly won face-off, too. It wasn't to the back point guy. It was to Heiskanen, who had pinched in a little bit, knowing there was only 2.8 seconds left. So a well-designed play by Dallas and executed to a T. Thankfully, Tanev got his stick on it.
Yeah, Matt Duchene, 10-2 at the face-off dot. And a lot of that he's feasted on Vlad Nemesnikov, who is 0-6. In this hockey game. Certainly, if the Jets, unless it's an icing call, you can expect a lot of switches, to whether it's Morgan Barron or if you want Adam Lowry as well on the left side. And then, of course, you could have Mark Scheifele on the right side with Gabe Vilardi as a bit of a safety valve there. I don't know that they're going to risk it with Vladdy in the defensive zone.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing I think they're trying to avoid. But even for Dallas' side in the face-off, Rantanen frustrated when he got tossed from one, and it's sort of that. It just speaks to the what's at stake here, right? Like, guys are even a little face-off if they do something wrong, they're upset that they're getting tossed. It's going to be a great third period here, one way or the other, for one of these teams, and fascinated by what it goes to. And Kelly, John Shannon talked about Neil Pionk and Dylan Sandberg. I think they're going to have to come to the forefront here. With no Josh Morrissey, they might have to do something like they did in Game 7 against St. Louis in order for this Jets team to get a win.
Well, Dylan DeMello right now, the time on ice leader at 16:05. Mark that down. 14-17 for Pionk, 14-11 for Sandberg. Let's see what those three wind up at game's end. 1-1 is the score through 40 minutes of play. This is the second intermission report on Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Noble, proud. Feathered to stay warm. Goes great with watching hockey. Turkey, perfectly Canadian. Buy Canadian turkey and support Canadian farmers like me.
When the game really counts, you want to watch it on the big screen with great food and cheering fans. That's why Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs are Winnipeg's favorite destinations for playoff hockey. Want to experience a game in person? Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs are giving away tickets to the next home game. Plus, enjoy great food and beverage specials. Tavern United and Garbanzo Sports Pubs. Manitoba owned, Manitoba grown, and Manitoba proud. Can-Ed Inns thanks you for supporting local. Proudly a part of your community since 1975. Enjoy responsibly.
There's nothing quite like the playoffs. And there's no better way to enjoy the games in the comfort of your own home. Top shelf, baby! JS Furniture wants you to break away with these amazing deals. Save up to 40% off 4-model recliners and select reclining sofas, so you can watch every hit, shot, and celly. JS Furniture, serving you for over 50 years. 1725 Ellis Avenue in Winnipeg, and now open in their new location in Portage la Prairie. Visit furnitureandmore.ca.
Winnipeg Jets exclusive coverage continues on 680 CJOB and CJKR 97.5 FM Powered 97. Bet on Manitoba. Enjoy responsibly. This is Play Now Winnipeg Jets Hockey on 680 CJOB.
It's a 1-1 tie between the Winnipeg Jets and the Dallas Stars after 2 periods of play. Your scoreboard update now for the second intermission report. There'll be a Game 7 tomorrow night in Toronto. The Maple Leafs at home to the Florida Panthers. The winner will move on to the Eastern Conference Final to play the Carolina Hurricanes. Edmonton waiting to see who they will play in the matchup to be the best of the West. Canada improved to 5-0 at the World Hockey Championship Tournament in Stockholm, Sweden earlier today with a 7-0 drubbing of Slovakia. Sidney Crosby and Macklin Celebrini taking turns setting each other up. Crosby had 2 goals and 4 points. Celebrini 1 and 2 for a 3-point day. Nathan McKinnon also with a couple of goals for the Canadians. Will play Finland on Monday afternoon. The Toronto Blue Jays edged Detroit 2-1. 2-1 is also the score at Haymarket Park in Lincoln. The Winnipeg Goldeyes leading the Salt Dogs in the top of the 11th inning. And Scotty Scheffler is your leader through 3 rounds of the PGA Championship in Charlotte, North Carolina. 665 today to go 11 under for the tournament. 3 strokes better than Alex Noren of Sweden. 1-1 going to the 3rd in Dallas. Can you take it? Yes, you can. Paul Edmonds, Mitchell Clinton will make sure they bring it next on Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Jets fans, playoff hockey is back, and there's nothing bigger than the Winnipeg Whiteout. You can be here for every unforgettable history-making moment by becoming a season ticket member today. Experience the Whiteout inside Canada Life Center, live and in person. Get access to playoff packages and pre-sales for round 2 and beyond by visiting winnipegjets.com/memberships today. That's winnipegjets.com/memberships.
Kettle sample are delectable. Filet mignon?
Oh, no, thank you. Actually, I'd love to, but my dentures have another idea.
Don't miss out on life's appetizing offerings because of ill-fitting dentures. Get set right with Shine Dental. Their expert team helps secure loose dentures while improving your oral health, making eating more pleasurable and ensuring you smile confidently. Available at Shine Dental's 1104 Pembina Highway location.
Would you like to try?
Yes, I would.
Book today and find your shine at shinedental.ca.
Fighting crime and crime one drain at a time. There's a reason they call us Mr., as in Mr. Rooter. Every spring, our fair city is under attack by clogged drains and backed up sewers. When melting snow and heavy rains threaten to cause sewage and wastewater to back up into your home, only Mr. Rooter stands between your basement and total plumbing chaos. Call them today to clean your sewers and drains.
Born to be a hero, trained to be a plumber. That's Mr. Rooter.
All rights to this broadcast are reserved, and any rebroadcast, recording, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Winnipeg Jets Hockey Club is expressly prohibited.
Hi, I'm Colin Miller. You're listening to Winnipeg Jets Hockey with Paul Edmonds and Mitchell Clinton on 680 CJOB.
And we welcome you back to the broadcast booth, which is for Name of the Diamonds. For your diamond engagement ring, see Namath Diamonds, a family tradition of excellence in Southdale Square. Jets are down to 5 defensemen. Josh Morrissey left in the second period. Hobbled to the bench. We're tied at 1. Jets are flying from a broadcast left to right. Lowry will take the draw. And he'll do so against Tyler Seguin to get it started. Third period, game 6 is underway. Far side, snapped in by Labushkin. Rolled around inside that Winnipeg end. Ben goes after, takes a bump there from Shen. Back in behind the net, skewed around to the near side, chopped up along the boards by Ben. Now back in behind the net again for Duchesne. Duchesne taking off the puck. Ben slides it back toward the line for Harley. Shoots. That just went wide. Rebound. Far side. Duchesne back out in front. And Hellebuck, I think, got a piece of it. Back the other way. Sashane through that neutral ice is Appleton. He slides it down inside the zone. Lowry goes back after it. Back in behind the net. Appleton trying to grab it. Appleton double teamed. Appleton taking off the puck. Tanev after it again. And now Ben will slide it away from him into where the middle for Seguin. Seguin will lose it at center ice. And it's brushed back inside of that Dallas end by Lowry. And both teams will make a line change to the near side. Out towards center ice, and Wyatt Johnston sends it down inside the Winnipeg end. Chopped up along the boards, given away. Back out in front. Here's a chance. Rantanen shoots, and it's stopped by Hellebuck. Winnipeg gave it away inside the zone. Rantanen with the puck again. Back in behind the net, controls it. Back toward the line. Lindell shoots, and he fired that puck on a second opportunity just wide as he fanned on the first one, and Winnipeg will gobble that back up. Here's Scheifele through that neutral ice. Scheifele back across the line on the far side. Knocked toward the net there by Hayden Fleury. Velarde knocked down in front of that Dallas net. Puck is sent back out towards center ice. Scheifele inside his own zone to the near side. DeMello up along the wing and out towards center ice. Harley will step up and drive that right back in. Ran in the wrong guy. Just about broke a 1-1 tie. Dillon gave it away. Johnston to the near side. Sends it into where the corner. Far side for Steele. Trying to skip by a check. Emerges free now, and Iafallo out towards center ice, and Iafallo will backhand it down inside that Dallas end. High event hockey to start here. This third period in a 1-1 tie. Paddled up along the boards. Johnson into where the middle. Here comes Steele across the line. Steele, high slot, didn't shoot. Now he fires, fanned on that. Grabbed by Heiskanen. Back for Steele. Wrister toward the net. Blocked in front. And it pounded off of Neil Pionk to the near side corner. Grabbed by Iafallo and all the way down. Icing will be the call against the Jets.
Well, what a start to the third. A little bit more flow than the second period start. And this stop by Connor Hellebuck is something else. Mikko Rantaanen looks like he's completely weighted him out. Faked forehand, goes to the backhand to bring it around. He's got it on his forehand, and he goes to tuck it past the outstretched leg, and Hellebuck's foot keeps it out.
Harley back toward the line. Now for Granlund. Granlund back into where the slot on the far side for Harley. Settled down. Harley maneuvers into where the corner. Harley stops and starts working against Neil Pionk. Harley, the bigger man, back toward the line. Bounced off a body there and out towards center ice of Nikolai Ehlers. Harley with it again. Leading the attack across the line for Granlund. Down along the boards. Thrust it toward the net. That one wide. And it carousels back around the boards and out towards center ice it goes. Heiskanen moved it ahead for Granlund. Granlund will sit it down back in behind that Winnipeg net. DeMello had a headlock in on him, but freed up the puck. Nemestikov will move it ahead onto the far side for Niederreiter. Icing washed out as it slides down inside that Dallas end. Heiskanen back in behind his own net. Long lead pass out towards center ice, and here come the Dallas Stars. They gave it away. Back the other way, though, is Perfetti across the line. Perfetti stops up, double teamed, skirted into where the corner for Morgan Barron. Barron back toward the line. Sandberg shoots, deflected in front. It's sitting there, and it came back toward the line. Held by DeMello. Far side Sandberg shoots, and it bounced off to Duchesne into where the corner. Barron takes a body check. Got it back toward the line. DeMello waiting. DeMello shoots, deflected in front. Stop. Rebound Barron. Far side shot, and that's stopped by Ottinger off of Cole Perfetti. Winnipeg buzzing around inside that Dallas end. Jamie Benn trying to get the puck out. It's moved ahead. Skipping inside that Winnipeg end. Duchesne. Duchesne back door on the far side, and it was fanned. Duchesne got it back again. Back again for a third time shoot, It's blocked by Sandberg. Back toward the line for Lindell. Lindell redirected to the near side here by Seguin, and he put it over the net. Winnipeg can't get it out. Seguin will steal the puck, try to slide it over the far side. Ben after it now. Again for Duchesne. Duchesne back toward the line. Lindell moving in, shoots, and it's gloved down by Hellebuck. 15:45 remaining in this third period. We are tied at 1. Winnipeg Jets hockey brought to you in part by JS Furniture, Namath Diamonds, and the Manitoba Physiotherapy Association.
And we've seen some line switch-ups by the Winnipeg Jets in this third period, and it was one of those that generated all those looks for Winnipeg. And Niederreiter, Barron, and Perfetti. You have Brandon Tanev with Adam Lowry and Mason Appleton. The Scheifele line has stayed together so far in this third.
Face off to the right of Hellebuck. Granlund will take the draw against Lowry. Lowry wins it into where the corner, but Granlund marches there first to come away with it. Back in behind the net for Marchment. Marchment squeezed out by Shen. Shen skewers it along the boards for Appleton. Played it far side now for Fleury. Out towards center ice. He'll send it down toward the line. Grabbed by Tanev. Tanev will force it inside that Dallas end. Winnipeg will stay on side. No, they don't. They'll have to clear up, and Bishop will get a freebie to walk it outside his own zone, but he gave the puck away. Brandon Tanev will kick it back inside of that Dallas end. Petrovic will break that up. Now it's moved into toward the middle and across the line. Hopping toward a loose puck is Marchment. Taken off his stick by Fleury. Rotates it around to the far side. Pinching in is Heiskanen to put it back in behind the net. Fleury is there as well. 2 Dallas Stars. Back toward the line it comes. Held by Harley. Onto the far side now for Heiskanen. Heiskanen moving in. Cuts it toward the middle. Shoots. It's blocked in front. Nice job by Winnipeg and Wilson away from a pile Pion. He moved it ahead now for Lowry. Chugs toward the line. Crossed over the line for Appleton. He'll drop it now for Pion. Moves right in. Shoots. And it's off a skate. And it bounced back out towards center ice. Settled down by Appleton. To the near side now again for Sandberg. Sandberg forced back in behind his own net. Stops up and comes to the near side corner. He'll wait and go rink wide on the far side for Connor. To the near side on the tape and center ice for Scheifele. Weaves his way inside the zone. Scheifele carves his way toward the side of the slot. Knocked off the puck. He grabbed it again. Rimmed it around to the far side. Pinching in to hold the line on the far side is Sandberg. Into where the corner now Velarde. Down along the boards. Now for Scheifele. Out in front for Connor. Didn't shoot the puck. Connor darting into where the corner. Connor with it again. Hangs on. Put it back to the line. DeMello shoots. Stop. Rebound is out toward the far side slot. Grabbed by Dallas. Sent out towards center ice into Donoff. And he's stripped to the puck at the Jets line. And Wilson back in behind his own net as Scheifele to settle it down.
More great pressure by the Scheifele line. Just winning battles along the wall. Great puck protection. Going low to high and trying to just get bodies to that front of the net.
Iafallo got it out towards center ice and no further. Back the other way, Lindell. Lindell tried to spray it toward the side of the slot. Broken up on the backtrack there by Iafallo. Into where the middle now for Nikolai Ehlers across the line. Ehlers carves his way toward the far side. Ehlers will play it into where the corner. Jammed along the boards there by Nemesnikov. 2 Stars were in on him. Now grabbed by Rantanen and backhanded out towards center. And it falls back inside that Winnipeg end. Snapped off the boards nicely by Luke Shen again for Ehlers. Makes a nice move at center ice. Crossed over that Dallas line. He dropped the puck. Intercepted by Duchesne. Chip and chase down inside that Winnipeg end. Grabbed by Fleury. Fleury tried to get it out. It popped off a body. Goes into where the corner. Nemesnikov after it. Duchesne after it. Back in behind the net is Pion. He had 2 Dallas Stars to contend with. Sent back toward the line for Heiskanen. Heiskanen holds the line. His shot is blocked by a challenging Iafallo, who's been out there for an eon. And the puck goes over the side glass by the penalty box, and out of play it goes. 12:56 remaining in this third period. The score, Winnipeg 1, Dallas 1. You're listening to Play Now. Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Grab your jersey. Grab your generic lager. Impressively standard beer for impressively intense moments. Brewed in Winnipeg by Little Brown Jug. Generic, the most domestic choice.
For fun and reliability you can count on, your one-stop battery source is Canadian-owned Prairie Battery.
Prairie Battery is family-owned and operated, providing reliable and trusted battery power. When you want true power, come see Prairie Battery and the Prairie Battery team, or visit us at prairiebattery.ca.
When you need batteries for industrial, commercial, auto, recreational, marine, RVs, and more, it can only be prairiebattery.ca.
Got pain? Meet the Manitoba Physiotherapy Association, a professional organization fostering excellence in practice, education, and research with over 500 licensed physiotherapists and physiotherapy students in the province. The goal of MPA is to advance the profession of physiotherapy and to improve the health of Manitobans. So when you visit your physiotherapist, you can rest assured that you'll have received the highest standard of care. And if you don't already have a physiotherapist, you can learn more and find one at mbphysio.org.
Bet on Manitoba. Enjoy responsibly. This is Play Now Winnipeg Jets Hockey on 680 CJOB.
Winnipeg Jets Hockey is brought to you in part by Reliable Heating and Air Conditioning, Prairie Battery, and Jacuzzi, Manitoba. We're tied at 1. Face off to the right of Connor Hellebuck. What a start to this third period. Just under 13 minutes remaining in it. Back with the line, Harley. Slap shot, Heiskanen on a one-timer. Blocked there by Brandon Tanev. He will race after the loose puck on the far side, frees it up and into the middle. Here's DeMello leading the charge at center ice. He'll shoot it in. Rims around to the far side. After it goes Tanev. Spills back off his stick, back in behind the net. Grabbed by Seguin, moved up along the boards for Duchesne. Duchesne got it out towards center ice and onto the stick of Ben. Ben squeezed out to the far side by DeMello, who put it back inside his own zone for Shen. Shen now maneuvers to the near side for Appleton off his stick. And it goes riding into the meshing, back in behind that net of the Dallas Stars. And on a play, we'll get a neutral ice face-off.
We referenced how the forward lines have kind of been shuffled by the Winnipeg Jets here. And Iafallo, Nemestikov, and Ehlers was the one that I hadn't quite seen yet. So you have your regular Scheifele line, then Iafallo, Nemestikov, and Ehlers. Brandon Tanev jumps in on the left wing with Lowry and Appleton. And then you got Nino with Barron and Perfetti.
To the near side. Velarde scoops it inside. That Dallas end came all the way back down. Right on top of Hellebuck. Icing washed out. That's the second or third time that's happened. Winnipeg did not get a break on an icing call when really Dallas just trying to dispatch the puck out of their own zone in desperation. Up the middle of the ice. Sandberg on the far side for Scheifele. Couldn't handle the pass cleanly. Bounced off the boards and out towards center ice. Kyle Connor arcs off the boards. He'll survey. And send it back inside his own zone for Shen. Back for Connor. Connor will flip it to the near side for Scheifele. Cross the line over his stick. Bounced off the boards. Grabbed again by Robertson. Pounded off the boards with a backhand out towards center ice. And Shen up along the wing here. And Winnipeg will come away with a puck into where the middle. Scheifele across the line. Scheifele breaking free. Scheifele slides it toward the net. And he just missed the far side corner. Scheifele after the loose puck. Back for the line. Rotating off the line. Fleury shooting. And it's stopped by Ottinger in the Creston. He'll hang on for a whistle. Mitchell Clinton, Mark Scheifele is trying to will this team to win here tonight in Game 6.
There were about 3 different times when he burst out of that pile where I thought he was going to get either taken down or the puck knocked off his stick, but he just, like we talked about with his puck protection below the goal line, he's able to do it in open ice as well. Just kind of keeps it just far enough in front of him and keeps moving it around. Dallas is swinging wildly at it, but he's in full control and very nearly is able to tuck it inside that far post.
11:17 remaining, third period, tied at 1. Jamie Benn out of his own zone. He will loft it out towards center ice. Morgan Barron tried to one-hand it back inside that Dallas end. Caused a turnover, though. Now it's dumped in by Niederreiter. Pounded off the near side wall. Grabbed by Heiskanen. Rolled around for Lyubushkin. Now for Heiskanen. The one-man breakout will break it out of his own zone. Skating fluidly through that neutral ice. Crossed over the line. Cutting toward the net. Backhand! And it's stopped by Hellebuck. Good rush there by Miro Heiskanen. Winnipeg will force it back out towards center ice. Lyubushkin back inside his own zone. Back for Heiskanen. The 25-year-old put it back inside his own zone for Lyubushkin. Dallas wants a change. Back for Heiskanen to the near side. Sways his way out towards center ice. Moved it ahead for Rope Hintz. Taken off the puck by Alex Iafallo. He'll get it to settle down and put it on the far side for Ehlers. Whipped toward the net. That's blocked. It pounds back in behind that net. Heiskanen goes after it. Rolled it around to the far side. Too many Stars were there. Stars now reverse to the near side, moving up along the wing. And Harley, a cross-ice pass for Heiskanen, thrust back out to center off a stick, and it slides down inside that Winnipeg end. DeMello squeezed out. There is Nemestikov behind his own net. Work that puck into where the corner. Rantanen is there as well. Big fight going on into where the corner for puck possession. 2, 4, 5 players now battling forward. Still loose along the wall. Rope Hintz has come back in there to help out. Now 3 Stars, 2 Jets. It's loose to the side of the slot. Back into where the net by Granlund. Stopped by Hellebuck from a bad angle. Grabbed again. Sent back toward the line. Teed up by Petrovic. Shoot! And through a screen, he just put it wide. Grabbed by Ehlers. Banked off the boards and sent all the way down. Not enough for icing. Winnipeg will race to the bench for fuel and tires.
Good desperation defending by the Winnipeg Jets. When that puck got out of the corner and Dallas had full possession, it was a problem, but they were able to get it back under control.
Charging after a loose puck inside that Dallas end was Tanev. Freed it up for Lowry, back in behind the net to the near side for Appleton. Back toward the line for Shen. Shoots, pounded off his shin pad. Grabbed again by Tanev, back in behind the net. Bouncing puck. Tanev to the forehand. Back toward the line for Shen. D-to-D on the far side now for Sandberg. High slot for Tanev. Tanev will shoot it around back in behind the net. Harley goes after it, trying to roll off a check. Stolen there by Lowry. Trying to free it up is Appleton side of the net. Lowry back toward the line for Shen. Shen, east-west move. Put it back in behind the net for Appleton. Appleton back toward the line. Controlled by Sandberg, but it popped over his stick. And squirts back out towards center ice. Winnipeg on the quick reload. Here they come. Connor darts into where the middle of the ice. Connor to the near side. Scheifele, far side. A shot, and it's stopped by Ottinger. What a chance. It was Appleton over the far side. And now we're getting a stoppage of play with a high stick. Oh boy, what a pass. It was Connor right onto the tape of Lowry and backdoor with the right-handed shot of Appleton, not Scheifele. And Appleton can't believe that he didn't score on that. Diving over was Ottinger to get a stick on it. And that's all he got on it. And he prevents it from going in. We'll get a stoppage and a timeout on the ice. And do the same on your radio. Back after these 8.5 remaining in this third. Tied at 1. You're listening to Play Now Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Boston Pizza is Canada's go-to place for playoffs. So this year, we're doing more than just hoping a Canadian team wins it all. We're manifesting it. We're planning the parade. We even got a bus. And we've got the sports bar dialed in, with ice-cold draft beer and an elite playoff menu. Like the guy in the movie said, kind of.
If we plan it, we will win.
So when it's game day, post up early at BP and cheer for the Holy Grail to come home.
30 seconds to promote 100% Hockey with Millard and Shannon. What's the sell?
The sell is our guests. Bigger names, bigger stories than anywhere else.
Brad Treliving is standing by. Ron McLean, John Davidson, Pete DeBoer's coming up, Chris Pronger, Paul Maurice, Alex Petrangelo, Barry Trotz, Mark Messier, Kyle Dubas, George McPhee, Jeff Jackson, Ron Francis, Kyle Davidson. Gary Bettman is going to stop by in just a little bit. 100% Hockey with Millard and Shannon every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
On your preferred podcast platform.
When your truck breaks down, do you take it to just any shop or do you take it to the best shop in town? So when it comes to your... why wouldn't you go to the top-rated guy? Go see Dr. J, one of the top-rated doctors on RateMD. So if your needs help rising to the occasion, bring him to one of the best.
Dr. J of Winnipeg Clinic offers new and innovative treatment options for erectile dysfunction. Book your confidential visit at winnipegclinic.com.
Hey, this is Gabriel Velarde. Paul Edmonds and Mitchell Clinton are bringing it Winnipeg Jets hockey style on 680 CJOB.
Stay tuned for the game's 3 stars for Shine Dental. Don't miss out on life's appetizing offerings because of ill-fitting dentures. Get set right with shinedental.ca. Mason Appleton looking to the heavens. He hasn't scored a postseason goal in 26 coming in. And Ottinger made a great save on him. Winnipeg tied at 1 with Dallas. 8:25 remaining in this third period. Puck is sent inside that Dallas end. Velarde after the puck. Scraped it off the boards. Velarde got a little bit of separation. Side of the slot on the far side for Scheifele. Back toward the line for Fleury. Near side for Pionk. Back on the far side for Scheifele. Scheifele high slot, dropped it for Fleury, shooting! And he just put it wide. It tumbled around to the near side, kept it in the line by Pionk, shoveled it into where the corner. No Jets were there. Back in behind his own net, Lindell. Onto the far side and bounced back out towards center ice. And Winnipeg will settle that down. They'll make some changes. Pionk back inside his own zone.
More great pressure by Winnipeg, going low to high and just sending bodies. And Ottinger, I don't think he saw much of that Fleury shot, but just got a piece of the glove.
Winnipeg controls the puck. Sandberg flipped it around to the near side. Now for DeMello. Out towards center ice and right on the tape there of Iafallo. He will backhand it down inside that Dallas end. Ottinger came out to play. He kind of rubbed out Nemestikov, who was charging in there out towards center ice. Here's Steele to the near side now for Johnston. Shoots, and he might hit the post. Came back toward the line. Robertson shoots. Blocked by Nemestikov. Spills back toward the line. Winnipeg trying to gobble that up. They corral it out towards center ice. Kicked in toward the middle. After an Iafallo. Sways his way inside the zone. Dropped it for Ehlers. Shoots a weak one toward the net. And that just bounced wide of that Dallas goal. Moved up along the boards. Heiskanen will plunger it back out towards center ice. And both teams will make some further changes.
It's pretty well done by Nikolai Ehlers to get that puck out of there. Iafallo kind of dumped it to him just inside the Stars' blue line, and Ehlers was surrounded.
Jets got it inside that Dallas end. Not for very long, though. Appleton steered it back in, but he was going to be offside, so now Rantanen will pick it up, and he starts to slide through that neutral ice with some speed. He'll loft it inside that Winnipeg end. Picked up by Neil Pionk. Played into where the middle. Button hook in there is Lowry to pick up the puck. Strides through the neutral ice to the near side for Appleton. Dropped it at the line. Luke Schenn will shoot it back into where the corner. After it go a couple of Jets. Lowry after it. It's rolled around to the near side. After it goes Tatum. He bumps with his man there in Marchman, who felt that. But it's grabbed again and carted out towards center ice by Rantanen and backhanded inside the Winnipeg end. 6:05 remaining in this third period. Tied in 1, Game 6. Stars lead the series 3-2. Winnipeg looking to push it back to Monday night and Game 7. And the puck is floundered over the glass and on a play off a stick. No penalty on that. Face-off inside that Dallas end when we come back. 5:56 remaining in the third period. The score, Winnipeg 1, Dallas 1. You're listening to Play Now Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Hey Jets fans, get ready for the Winnipeg Whiteout with Jets gear and TrueNorthShop.com. Choose from a huge variety of official Winnipeg Jets Whiteout apparel, headwear, novelties, and more. Need a new white hat, t-shirt, pants, or a jersey? We've got you covered.
Moving in, shooting, score!
Shop online at TrueNorthShop.com or by visiting one of our Jets Gear store locations.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Winnipeg, are you whiteout ready? Choose Hometown Pride. Choose 1919. Brewed by Little Brown Jug, Manitoba's flagship beer since 2016. Here's to building something memorable.
Tired of the mortgage rate waiting game? With Cambrian Credit Union's exclusive Best of Both Worlds mortgage, you can unweight mortgage rates. Get Cambrian's lowest fixed rate right now for a 2-year term. And choose to reset by locking into a longer term if things change. Penalty-free with no blended rates. Whether you're buying new, renewing, or even switching from another financial institution, you're in control. Apply in less than 15 minutes now at cambrian.mb.ca. Subject to credit approval, terms and conditions apply.
This is Winnipeg Jets hockey on 680 CJOB.
Just under 6 minutes remaining in this third period. Jets are out shooting the Stars 21-16. Shots on goal totals are for Dr. J's Men's Sexual Health Clinic. Scheifele will take the draw against Rope Hintz to the left of Ottinger. Need to perform better in the bedroom. See the top-rated doctor on Google and rate MD. Winnipeg wins the draw. High slot, Kyle Connor. He'll throw it back toward the line. DeMello for Connor, shoots. It's off a stick and it flies the glass into the meshing and out of play it goes. So see the top-rated doctor on Google and rate MD. Visit Dr. J at WinnipegClinic.com.
Kyle Connor's got 4 shots on goal in this game, and 3 shots on goal in game number 5. He's been absolutely everywhere in this game. Just kind of feels like one of those players that if it goes Winnipeg's way, perhaps it's number 81.
Scheifele against Granlund. They tie each other up. Carved off the dot. Winnipeg after the puck. And absconding with it, though, and dancing out of his own zone is Granlund. Granlund over to the far side will backhand it in. And there's going to be an offside call against the Dallas Stars. And the Jets are a little upset. They thought that should have been called a little sooner.
Well, that or intentional. Because the play was a good 2.5 feet offside. And the linesman standing right there on that particular side of the ice yelling offside. And I believe it was Granlund that continued in and played the puck on Neil Pionk's stick. So you could kind of hear Winnipeg yell intentional that quickly or all the way down. But they're not going to win that argument.
So I have 2 questions for you. Do you still have your linesman jersey? And the most important question, does it still fit? Dumped inside. We'll let you answer that. Winnipeg will try to get the puck and peel it off the back wall. There is Seguin back in behind the net. So is Rantanen. Rantanen came away with the puck, poked it into where the corner of the far side. Winnipeg will come back after it. And then scooting through that neutralizes Ehlers to the near side. Follow moving in, shooting! And it's off a stick. It's up in the air. And back in behind the net it went. Carouseling back in behind his own net to the near side corner is Heiskanen. He leads the attack, moves and shoots. And he popped it off the side of the net to the near side. Loose puck, high slot. Kept alive here by Duchesne. Back to the line for Ben. Shoots, and he fired it wide with a slap shot. Off the back wall, kept in there by Lindell. Cycling off the boards here now are the Dallas Stars inside that Winnipeg end. Under 5 minutes remaining in this 1-1 tie. Luke Schenn will pop Marchman off the puck, but it's picked up by Duchesne. Duchesne trying to get it back out in front by a scuttled stick again. Now here's Marchman. High slot, taking off the puck, charging out of his own zone again. Iafallo, all he could do was march it out towards center ice and softly send it inside the Dallas end, and then exit stage left for a line change.
Oh, was that any good by Vlad Nemestikov? Read that Marchman move absolutely perfectly as he cut in off the wall.
Neil Pionk back inside his own zone for Fleury. Cast it ahead quickly for Perfetti. Backhanded right on top of Onger. He'll leave it neatly at the side of his net. Rolled around to the far side. Dumped back out towards center ice. Winnipeg has to vacate the premises. And a freebie now for Dallas to come out. Lyubushkin, long lead pass off the stick of Robertson. Icing washed out. Back inside his own zone is Pionk up along the boards. A smart play there for Niederreiter to the near side now. Barreling toward the net, cutting toward the goal. And Barron shoots and it's stopped. Rebound, where is it? And it's thrust back out from the slot area by the Stars. And all the way down it goes. What an excellent maneuver again by Morgan Barron. Looking for his first postseason goal to the near side. Lowry hops inside the zone. Lowry into where the corner. Lowry after the puck. Lowry skirts it along the boards. Back in behind the net. No Jets are there. Petrovic onto the far side for Steele. Into where the middle. Chugging out towards center ice to Donoff. He slips a check. Goes back into where the corner. Grabbed by Sandberg. Flipped around the boards. Kept in by Lyubushkin. For Donoff. Comes out. Backhands it. And a jam job opportunity. He put it wide. Winnipeg out towards center ice. 3:05 remaining in this third period in a 1-1 tie. Sandberg back inside of his own zone. He threw it by his own bench. They couldn't touch it for fear of a too many men call. But Dallas gave it away. So did the Jets inside their own zone. Schenn tried to get it onto the far side and softly played it there. Intercepted by Dallas. They play it back in behind the net. Rantanen spills it around to the far side for Lyubushkin. Lyubushkin into where the corner. Lyubushkin now for Rantanen. Stops and starts. Cut back move to the near side for Heiskanen. He pedals that down. Back out in front for Rantanen. Moving right in. Shooting. And it's stopped. Rebound. Granlund is shot. It's stopped by Hellebuck. Rebound back in behind the net. Winnipeg off the glass but not out. Kept in by Heiskanen. 2 5-alarm fire saves made by Connor Hellebuck at the side of his net. And Winnipeg will dodge a bullet. A .50 caliber Savit at that as the puck goes into the meshing and out of play.
Just unbelievable by Connor Hellebuck. And as you can see, when it gets down to a game like this, it all comes down to puck management. And Winnipeg, a couple of turnovers, and all of a sudden they're defending and defending and defending. And Connor Hellebuck out of desperation. Mikhail Granlund's trying to get this puck up on his backhand. It's rolling. And Hellebuck with the presence of mind to just stick that left leg out.
Back toward the line, Harley walks the line, shoots through traffic, that one wide, came off the back wall. Winnipeg will come away with it, and Fleury will try to rush it out of his own zone in toward the middle. He slides it ahead for Nemestikov, who poked it down inside that Dallas end. Winnipeg will go after it, play it around to the far side. Ehlers with the puck, he takes a body check. After it goes, a couple of Jets. Nemestikov is there as well, along with Ehlers, trying to fight for the puck to free it up. Dallas will come away with it. And now Duchesne to center will slide it down inside that Winnipeg end and head off on a line change. Fleury back in behind his own net. 2 stars are in on him. Ehlers there to help out. Fleury will bump with Marchment. Down goes Ehlers into where the corner. 1:40 remaining in regulation. Back toward the line, Harley. He'll hold the line. Spills it around to the far side. Ambling after it now again is Appleton. He'll carve it off the boards. Winnipeg reverses to the near side inside their own zone. DeMello. Rink wide on the far side now for Fleury. Headman pass, Tanev on the far side for Appleton. Trudges inside the zone. Dropped to the line. Sandberg shooting. And it's blocked in front by Rantanen of all people. And grabbed now by Marchment and backhanded safely out towards center ice. 1:10 to go here in regulation. Winnipeg will snap it with a backhand back inside the zone. Onger will play it around to the far side. Heiskanen out of his own zone to the near side for Lindell. He'll get towards center ice, cross over the line. Puck is set by Granlund toward the net. It just went over. I think barging toward the goal was Roope Hintz. Hintz just missed getting a stick on that. Dallas with a puck again. 45 seconds to go with a period. Back toward the line. Heiskanen moving in. Heiskanen shoots. It's blocked in front. Grabbed by Scheifele. He darts out of his own zone. On the far side, Scheifele maneuvers into where the middle. Scheifele across the line. Dropped it for Velarde. Velarde tried to pass it. Went off his skate. Velarde grabbed it again. Rolled it back in behind the net for Scheifele. Scheifele looking for somebody out in front. Scheifele back toward the line for Fleury. He'll hold the line. Fleury for Scheifele. Rolls off the boards. 20 seconds to go. Shoots. And it's blocked. A race for the puck, picked up by Steele. He'll trip up as Scheifele got the stick in on him. And there'll be the first penalty of the hockey game. A tripping call with 15 seconds remaining in this third period and tied at 1.
And Scheifele's saying, I got puck. Just unfortunate over the course of the season, we've seen a few situations where Winnipeg's been able to dive out and you get puck and then you still end up tripping the player. It's unfortunate that Winnipeg is going to be on the PK. Don't know if he was ever Steele, that is. I don't know if he was ever far enough up that it could have been a potential penalty shot, but
so timeout by the Dallas Stars. Well, it's simple. Win a face-off, get it out, kill the clock, go to overtime, regroup.
100%. That's about all you can do at this point. That's going to be the focus. And you can see Adam Lowry, he's over there, part of the timeout discussion with assistant coach Dean Chenault. So you imagine he's going to be the one taking the face-off. He's 6 for 16 in the game. None more important than this one. And you feel for Mark Scheifele, he's just trying to get that puck to the net. Ends up just going off the shin pad of Steele, and Scheifele does actually a pretty good job to recover to even be able to get the trip.
Face-off will be to the right of Hellebuck. Teams come out of timeout. Lowry will take the draw against Duchesne. Duchesne wins it back toward the line for Harley. Harley walks the line near side for Wyatt Johnston. Back for Harley. Coming right down Broadway. Shoots. Blocked by Iafolo. 5 seconds to go. Harley with it again. Into where the corner. Back down. Low. Blocked there by Pionk. And the horn sounds to end regulation. And for the first time in this series, we will go to overtime in a 1-1 tie.
What a third period. That was edge of your seat action from the start of that period right until the very end. Both goaltenders with some absolutely tremendous stops. Both teams with some great opportunities, but nothing doing. Big penalty kill coming up for the Winnipeg Jets in overtime. But we're heading to overtime, and that's pretty exciting.
Real quick stat summary. No scoring on the first. Scheifele gets Winnipeg on the board. His fifth from Connor and Velarde at 5:28. And then Sam Steele ties it 6 minutes later, 11-12. Steele's first from Harley and Heiskanen. Those are the only 2 goals that have been scored in this hockey game. No scoring in the third period, so we'll go to overtime. Scheifele is 5th, Steele is 1st in a 1-1 tie. Power play opportunities. Winnipeg hasn't had one. Our first penalty gets called at 19:45 of the third period. Scheifele in the box for tripping. And that power play will carry over into OT for Dallas. It's their first. Winnipeg, they will muster 7 shots in that third period for a 3-period total of 23. Dallas had 3 for a 3-period total of 17. Winnipeg out shooting Dallas 23-17 after regulation. Kelly Moore, Jim Toth coming up with our overtime edition of our intermission report right after these. Tied at 1, going to OT. You're listening to Play Now, Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey from the radio home or on the radio home of the Winnipeg Jets from Dallas, Texas. Power 97, 680 CJOB.
Winnipeg, are you whiteout ready? Choose Hometown Pride. Choose 1919. Brewed by Little Brown Jug, Manitoba's flagship beer since 2016. Here's to building something memorable.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Hey Jets fans, get ready for the Winnipeg Whiteout with Jets gear and TrueNorthShop.com. Choose from a huge variety of official Winnipeg Jets Whiteout apparel, headwear, novelties, and more. Need a new white hat, t-shirt, pants, or a jersey? We've got you covered.
Moving in, shooting, score!
Shop online at TrueNorthShop.com or by visiting one of our Jets gear store locations.
When your truck breaks down, do you take it to just any shop or do you take it to the best shop in town? So when it comes to your... Why wouldn't you go to the top-rated guy? Go see Dr. J, one of the top-rated doctors on RateMD. So if your... needs help rising to the occasion, bring him to one of the best.
Dr. J of Buena Clinic offers new and innovative treatment options for erectile dysfunction. Book your confidential visit at buenafreclinic.com.
It can end quickly, or it can go a while. This is the Stanley Cup Playoff Overtime on 680 CJOB and Power 97.
Yes, the overtime intermission report here. And Jet fans, there is nothing bigger than the Winnipeg Whiteout. Can you imagine what it'll be like on Monday night if the Winnipeg Jets are able to score the game winner in overtime? You can be here for every unforgettable moment by becoming a season ticket member today. Get access to playoff packages and pre-sales by visiting winnipegjets.com/memberships. Mason Appleton, if the Winnipeg Jets do not win this game, Jim Toth, he will be having nightmares on that flight back home from Dallas. That was about as sure a goal as there was that didn't turn out to be a goal so far in this hockey game.
Well, and honestly, Kelly, he put it in the place that it was going to be saved, if you understand what I'm saying. If he goes anywhere else on the short side or doesn't power it through the crease so much and just gets it more deep into the net, that's in, right? So that's a tough one to swallow, and we'll come back and haunt him and the team if this doesn't go their way in overtime. But look, that was a fantastic third. It was kind of how we talked in the second intermission. I thought Dallas carried the majority of the play, and the Jets caught up in the first period. Second period, I thought the Jets won the period and were good, and then the back and forth in the third period. Jets continue to create chances. I know that, so does Dallas, but I think the more dangerous ones are for the Jets. Not saying Dallas isn't getting them, but they're creating some things and they just can't bury one. Ottinger has been sensational again tonight, but so has Hellebuck. Yeah. This has been, as you would expect, in a 1-1 playoff game, a goaltender battle. When asked to, both goalies have come up with massive saves, ones that could have been goals, and then you look at the only 2 goals scored, that those were ones you weren't going to save. Bar down on Hellebuck and 5-hole left all alone in front of the net with no defenders to be found on Ottinger. So really good third period, but this is going to be a big test for the Jets. They've got to kill this penalty off and then potentially use that momentum. And if I'm the Dallas Stars, I want to end this real quick within the first minute and a half of the first overtime.
Yeah, Winnipeg could certainly get a lot of momentum momentum if they're able to kill off that penalty now. In game number 5, the Jets' penalty killing was superb. They didn't really allow Dallas much of anything at all. But, we talked about the absence of Josh Morrissey effect. Neil Pionk, who was about the 14-minute mark, played almost 10 minutes in that third period. He's up to 23:45 time on ice. Dylan Sandberg at 22.5, so he would have played about 8.5 minutes. And Dylan DeMello was about the 16-minute mark. He played about 7.5. So those three guys in particular are going to be taxed. But Schen's up to 18.5 minutes now. Hayden Fleury just a touch under 17 minutes. So that 5-man defensive rotation is certainly going to get their work. You can't blame Mark Scheifele because if he doesn't dive out to try to disrupt that play, that's a breakaway for Sam Steele.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, Kelly, I think he should be fortunate it's not a penalty shot. I don't know if they would award one in a playoff game, especially an elimination game tied 1-1, but I don't know what constitutes that. Maybe Sam Steele need to be further into the offensive zone to get that. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt when Paul said he was saying that he got all puck, but on the replay, he didn't get anywhere near the puck. But again, I would think that's the best play, right? You don't leave yourself any time to correct that turnover or that mistake on a breakaway if Sam Steele scores there. You have about 3 seconds left in the game. You have about 12 seconds left in the game. It's better to take the penalty, take your chances. You already killed off 14 seconds. Could Hellebuck make a save there and you go to overtime 5-on-5? Maybe, but you're asking a lot with that, with no time left in the third period. If he does bury it, the game is over.
And just before that, too, Winnipeg with some great chances. But Mark Scheifele has just played an incredible hockey game tonight. That's going to be a long minute and 45 seconds for him in the penalty box. But he has done everything he can to try to get his team to Game 7.
Kelly, just a sensational hockey game. There hasn't been any turnovers. He's been dangerous. He's created. Even when he scored his goal, sometimes in these situations you see a point skywards or something. He just looked at his teammates. He's totally focused on this game and trying to win it for the Winnipeg Jets. I would think the team is talking about that right now. I think not only can they not give one up, obviously, for obvious reasons to end the series, but to not let Mark have that night where, he's played such a sensational game, has a lone goal for them. He made a great play. If there ever's a great penalty to take, that's it. So I would presume that they're galvanizing right now and saying, we got to kill this penalty off. Let's not have our season end, but more importantly, let's not have it end with Mark Scheifele on the day that he's having in the box.
Right. Wyatt Johnston put one off the near side post. Michael Granlund with Rupe Hintz cruising around in the territory. And that was a long distance shot, but it was enough to, Hintz in the neighborhood distracted Hellebuck because that one went off the crossbar. So Dallas has had a couple of shoulda, woulda, couldas as well, but that left pad save that Connor Hellebuck made on Mikko Rantaanen, trying to get around the right skate save. He had a couple of other left pads on Matt Duchene and then off of Granlund in goalmouth scrambles. But when Hellebuck is kind of doing the snow angel on his belly and just flips out that long right leg of his to keep Rantaanen from breaking the 1-1 tie very early in the third period. That was fantastic. I think really the only better save was Ottinger just diving over to his right with that goal stick to deny Mason Appleton.
Yeah, you're right. That was at 2:30 into the third period on Randon, and then at 3:59, so just over 2 minutes later on Duchene, right in the slot there, he stood tall. And then again at the end, right, with on his belly and the big save there, and then Ottinger, too, has made some big saves. And really seeing, the Jets are doing their best to get traffic in front of Ottinger, and he's just positioned well, too. It's been a sensational game for both goalies, and I'm not biased one way or the other, but I would just like to see a Game 7 between these two teams if they're going to play like this. This whole series has been sensational, and you'd hope to see it go to a Game 7, but you never know. Dallas, their focus will be, let's end it quick on this power play. Let's take advantage. And the Jets need Connor Hellebuck to be their best penalty killer, I think, right here.
Well, there are two statistics that really stand out for me right now, and 30-16 were the shot attempts in the third period for Dallas. So the shot attempts now are 76-52 in favor of the Stars. But of the 76 attempts for Dallas, 36 missed shots. by the Stars. And then the Winnipeg Jets also have 20 block shots. And then the other is the face-off circle. We talked about that in the earlier intermissions, but Matt Duchene is having a night. He has won 14 of 16 face-offs, including all 9 against Vlad Namestnikov.
Not only winning them, Kelly, but winning them to the play that's set up. He's winning them clean and making the play at the point that they want. It looks like I don't know their whiteboard, but it looks like they drew those up when he wins those clean and puts it right in the exact spot. So I think he's done a phenomenal job tonight. He's trying to, he hasn't got a goal in the playoffs, but he's definitely doing his part. And that's one thing the Jets need to get better at. There's 14 seconds left. Scheifele in the penalty box. They lose that face-off. Other key face-offs, at the end of the second period, there's 2.8 seconds left. They lose that face-off clean. Heiskanen gets a shot off. They've got to start winning these face-offs, especially with this penalty kill.
Well, it is really unique how it has gone in this series. The first 2 games, Dallas won the face-off battle, and then the Jets have won the last 2 narrowly, but still finished above 50%. But Dallas is just having their way with Winnipeg right now, mostly in part to Duchene, and actually he's 6 for 6 against Vlad Namestnikov. Duchene also on the night for his outstanding performance. He is 5 and 5. 6 for 6 as well against Adam Lowry. The only 2 face-offs he's lost are against Mark Scheifele, who's in the penalty box for the start of the overtime period.
Yeah, and that's another way that Mark Scheifele's kind of helped out a little bit tonight as well with the sensational game he's having under the grieving that he's doing. It's the face-off circle is really key, and that's what I'm concerned with here in the penalty kill. Obviously, it'll start at center ice, and then you want to win that one, kill as much as you can, and then if there's any defensive zone ones, 1 or 2 face-offs could really help change the momentum in this game.
Well, the Winnipeg Jets, not long ago, it would have been May the 4th against St. Louis. Today is the 17th, so 13 days ago, the Winnipeg Jets, with their season on the line, won in overtime. We'll see if history repeats itself tonight in Dallas. 1-1 is the score. Jets will be shorthanded for the first minute and 45 of overtime when we return to American Airlines Center on Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
When you bet with Play Now Sports, goals become... Every game will feel like the big game. Bet local with Play Now Sports, the official betting partner of the Winnipeg Jets. 18 plus, enjoy responsibly.
Winnipeg, are you whiteout ready? Choose Hometown Pride. Choose 1919. Brewed by Little Brown Jug, Manitoba's flagship beer since 2016. Here's to building something memorable.
Boston Pizza is Canada's go-to place for playoffs. So this year, we're doing more than just hoping a Canadian team wins it all. We're manifesting it. We're planning the parade. We even got a bus. And we've got the sports bar dialed in, with ice-cold draft beer and an elite playoff menu. Like the guy in the movie said, kind of.
If we plan it, we will win.
So when it's game day, post up early at BP and cheer for the Holy Grail to come home.
Hey Jets fans, get ready for the Winnipeg Whiteout with Jets gear and TrueNorthShop.com. Choose from a huge variety of official Winnipeg Jets Whiteout apparel, headwear, novelties, and more. Need a new white hat, t-shirt, pants, or a jersey? We've got you covered.
Moving in, shooting, score!
Shop online at TrueNorthShop.com or by visiting one of our Jets gear store locations.
Where heroes are born and legends are made. This is the Stanley Cup Playoff Overtime on 680 CJOB and Power 97.
1-1 is the score. Long change for both teams. Winnipeg will have to contend with 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining in the penalty for tripping to Mark Scheifele to start this overtime period. Second time Winnipeg's been into OT in these playoffs. Historically, they are 5-4 in the playoffs as a Winnipeg Jets franchise. They'll send out Lowry, Iafallo, Pionk, Sandberg. Hellebuck down to our right in a 1-1 tie. Dallas with Duchene, Heiskanen, Lindell, Rantanen, and Rope hits. Thoughts?
Big kill coming up. And that deep pairing that's on the ice had a hefty third period, obviously, with Josh Morrissey down. Neil Pionk played 9:28 in the third period and is nearing 24 minutes total. Sandberg played 8:21.
We're underway, and the puck is thrust down inside that Dallas end. Sharking back in behind his own net is Heiskanen. He'll carry it out toward his own line. He'll advance it now for Wyatt Johnston, who will dump it in. After it, picked up by Neil Pionk, ripped around the boards, and knocked down by Duchesne, and then swatted off his stick by Lowry and popped back out towards center ice. Wyatt Johnston navigates between the blue lines. Left the puck over the far side. Into where the corner goes. Duchesne back toward the line for Heiskanen to the near side for Rantanen. Rantanen up top again for Heiskanen. Far side for Duchesne. Up top for Heiskanen. Near side. Rantanen shoots. Stopped by Hellebuck. Rebound right on the stick of Lowry. And he'll plunger that all the way down the ice.
Official looking over at Connor Hellebuck just to make sure the mask is okay. And Connor Hellebuck gives him a nod and checks it. It's all good.
55 seconds remain in the penalty. Swiftly through that neutral ice again. Here comes Dallas. Knocked off a stick, but Rantanen onto the far side. To the near side. Rope hit, shoots. And it went off the blade of his stick. He fanned on it. He was backdoor all alone. They try to pop it back out in front. Knocked away. Hits after the puck into where the corner of the near side. Jammed along the boards. Intercepted by Tanev. And he will catapult it all the way down the ice. And then off to the bench for a line change. Sorry, partner.
All good. Dylan DeMello lost his stick and then went to go get it. And that's what left the man advantage for the Dallas Stars low.
Neil Pionk shepherds the puck up along the boards, but not out. Back out in front. Harley shoots and scores. Thomas Harley will win it for the Dallas Stars. 1:33 into overtime with 13 seconds left on a power play for the Dallas Stars. And they're moving on to the Western Conference Final for the third straight year. They've got a date with Edmonton, and the Winnipeg Jets season has come to an end. 2-1 the final score for the Stars.
Just unfortunate for the Winnipeg Jets, and every single one of them. First off, Adam Lowry went over to the penalty box to go get Mark Scheifele, who hadn't sat up since the goal went in. And now he's just being embraced by his teammates in the neutral zone. Tough way to end for the Winnipeg Jets, absolutely. But you want to talk fight, you want to talk resilience, pushback, commitment, family. That's what this group embodied throughout this entire season.
Complete heartache for the Winnipeg Jets. And the way this game, this series, and their season concludes. Harley left all alone. He came right down Broadway, slapped it home to the top of the net. And for Harley, his fourth goal of the playoffs. And Dallas wins it at home to end Winnipeg's season. And they have a date with the Edmonton Oilers in the Western Conference Final. And the teams will shake hands at center ice. What a game tonight. What a series. And Winnipeg will tell you they were sledding uphill in this series after dropping that first game. And it was by one goal in game one to lose home ice advantage. Dallas had the extra day off after dispatching Colorado in 7. Winnipeg did not. And Dallas took advantage. And Winnipeg could never grab control of this series.
Yeah, just so tough for Winnipeg. You lose that game one, but the fight never stopped. And they kept trying, kept pushing. But Dallas just finding a way on the road here, or at home here, to ensure it didn't go back to Winnipeg for game number 7. And there was talk in their room about it as well. about how much they did not want to come back to Winnipeg for Game 7. If it happened, it happened, but they were going to do everything they could to end it here tonight in Dallas. And I tell you, Winnipeg knocked down to 5D in the third period, gave them everything they had.
Once again, the final score here tonight, the Dallas Stars 2, the Winnipeg Jets 1 in overtime. Dallas wins the series 4-2. Totals of the post-game show for the final time, sadly, are coming up next. You're listening to Play Now, Winnipeg Jets playoff hockey on the radio home of the Jets. Power 97 and 680 CJOB.
Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91.
The PGA Tour comes to life on Sirius XM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, Sirius XM 92.
Tampa Bay Lightning head coach John Cooper stopped by for a morning skate with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio on Sirius XM Channel 91 to talk the keys to his success over the years and the challenge of getting to the Stanley Cup Final 3 years in a row.
John, I'm going to ask you to be a little bit self-analytical and, being in the business that you're in and knowing how successful you've been and what drives you and motivates you. What do you think has been the key to your success over the years? I mean, every league you've been in, you've won, you've had the staying power, and you've had all kinds of championship pedigree. If you say, hey, look, I'm still going strong, I'm still chasing another ring, what is it that keeps you going, and what is it in particular that you feel has made you as successful as you've been?
I would say there's a couple things. Internally, it's the fire is still burning. As I think that first and foremost is the biggest thing, because when you lose your passion for it, and I've watched it happen to people, then you might as well you should get yourself out, because you're just doing yourself and your team a disservice. So that passion is first and foremost the big thing. I would sit here say on the other side of things, like Jeff Vinnick as an owner, and it kind of goes back to the previous question about stability, and that's one of the things we've had. And so Julian Breezeball was my general manager in the minors and now the NHL. So we've been together for how many years? We had Steve Eisenman in the early part of that, and he kind of was like the mentor. He was the actual one that brought me in, but we've had that stability. Only 2 GMs, but both of them work together. We've had one owner, one coach, basically, since I've been there, one captain, and it's this core group of guys that have all stuck together. And I think we've kind of, I don't know how to explain it, you've kind of passed the coach-player relationship because we've been there so long, and we all just have this common goal of what we need to do. And there's a lot of pride, a lot of passion with the group of guys we have, and then Julian's done a great job of kind of filling in. And when I say fill in, it's like getting the Nick Pauls, getting the Brandon Hagels, guys that are still long-term guys but that weren't, drafted into our system. And it's, we've been really fortunate that it's worked out the way it has, but I truly believe the stability the belief and the passion of the same group of people that have been together, and that's what's really helped us. It takes its toll, both physically and mentally, and I give our players credit, to come back and make the playoffs the next year, but, now we've been one and done for 2 years. We've had some breaks. We've had a little bit of turnover, and we need to get back. We need to get back to those, making some runs in the playoffs. And but I will sit here and say, I'd be remiss to say, those years, they do take a toll, and maybe it has taken a toll in the last, couple of years on us. And but I can tell now that, a couple of years of being bounced in the first round, it's just a different vibe coming in, especially this year of seeing all the players. And there's an energy I haven't felt in a while, and I think part of that is because we have been bounced, in the last 2 years.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach, came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91. He was on to promote his new book, Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench, and he took some time to talk about his career, specifically the regrets and the influences.
When you get a chance to sit down now and you think back on all these times, any regrets?
Yeah, of course you have regrets. I had the heat turned up quite a bit at my own distraction, so I could have, and I evolved, and even Greg, you just mentioned Greg Gilbert. He said, Mike, you're completely different here in New York than you were in Chicago. So you learn from your own mistakes. And for some reason, I was so driven. I took it personally if we lost. Personally. And I was miserable. And I could have probably managed the principles of my coaching career and what I thought was important, that I would always stay intact with those, but the methodology could have been turned down a bit and probably
a little too intense,
a little bit smoother,
a little too intense
at times. Yeah. For sure. Now,
big names, Scotty Bowman, Roger Nielsen, Tom Watt. I mean, I don't know, mentors, friends. How did they all influence Mike Keenan?
Well, first of all, I played for Tom at University of Toronto, and then we developed a close relationship, and I would talk to him a lot about coaching. Now I'm in Peterborough. He'd come and see me, and we developed sort of a minor league team for him because the guys that couldn't play for U of T right away, like Mike Polino, come out to play with me in Oshawa. And so we developed a relationship that way. But we talked a lot about hockey. He taught me more about hockey than anybody else. And then Roger and I have a relationship through Peterborough. We're getting now into sort of the technical part of video replay and how that. And then I got Scotty Bowman, the greatest ever. He hires me for the first time. Probably saw a little bit of himself in me. And he's calling me in the middle of the night after every game. He drives home from Rochester, and at 2 or 3 in the morning, and I'm not exaggerating, sometimes an hour conversation in the middle of the night. Why did you put Bob Mongrain on the penalty killing at that time? Like, okay, Scotty. But he was just, and he would test me all the time, and I just give him a firm belief in what I thought was right, and he respected that. So it was interesting and then we became friends over the years. It was a real 3 guys that really influenced my career.
That was Iron Mike Keenan, former NHL head coach and author of Iron Mike, My Life Behind the Bench. He was in conversation with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
Former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan came on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, and he was asked about the long Alexei Kovalev shift during his time in New York, and he shared his side of the story about the skilled offensive talent that was Kovalev.
The Alexei Kovalev shift. I've heard 7 minutes. I've heard 9 minutes. Hey, you stay out there. You kind of figure it out. Describe to us what went into that. How long was a shift? Certainly, Kovalev was a talent, that's for sure. But he was a bit of an enigma.
Super talent.
Yes.
And talented people sometimes are elusive. And Alex, I try to explain to him, you're getting 20 minutes, and I don't want the shifts to be 1 minute, so you have 20 shifts. I'm going to give you 40 shifts at 30 seconds so you can build the intensity up. Understand? Yeah, I understand, Mike. Goes out there. Of course, it's a minute and a half. I said, now, Alex, the guy that's supposed to be playing behind you just missed a shift because now we're going to the next rotation. You're out there for 2 rotations. Okay, Michael. So, again, next thing, does it again. So I said, oh, my God. So I said, okay, guys, this time when he comes back to the bench, it's now going to overextend his shift. He's going to be a little tired. Don't open the doors. He comes over and I said, get out. He thinks I love him now. Get back out there, I said. So then he comes over again. And now I said, guys, he's going to want to climb into the bench because he's done. I said, when he comes over, puts his leg up, push him back out. And they pushed him. But now they are laughing on the bench. This is in New York City. Right during the game. Back there. So Alex figures it out. He scores a goal in the middle of this shift.
Wow.
He gets himself a rest. Stays out there, finishes the period. So I think it's about 9 minutes. I walk off the bench and said, Mess, explain it to him, will you, please? He said, I will. Don't worry. I'll look after it. So as a result, we fast forward now to the playoffs in Game 6, playing New Jersey. In the Jersey series, I double shifted him. When he had to come back, and he was electrifying. Mess got the 3 goals, but Alex was a horse and very talented, powerful. And the problem was he was so efficient that he could stay out, but he didn't grasp the concept of just picking up the intensity. You could see him. He could dangle and hang on to the puck, and nobody could take it from him. He was resting while he was out there.
So in essence, it was a bit of a training ground for what was to come against the Devils at the most important time.
Exactly.
Wow.
So it turned out to be a good lesson for him because that's what he did in that game. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. I just said, Alex, I'm going to double shift you. Get ready. Don't be out too long.
That was former NHL head coach Iron Mike Keenan in conversation with Gord Stellick and Scott Laughlin for the Morning Skate on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. That's SiriusXM Channel 91.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
Former Buffalo Sabres head coach Don Granato was on the morning skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio Channel 91 to talk about how different today's athletes are, as well as what it's been like to watch Austin Matthews grow.
It's really a switch in the last 10 years. The first birth year I had at the national team program was 95 birth year. So it was JT Compher, Tyler Mott, that group. You have them for 2 years, so the next birth year coming in was the 97s, which was prolific. It was Austin Matthews and Matthew Tkachuk and McAvoy and Hanifin, Werenski. And I remember talking to the coaches back then that this birth year is way different than the 95 birth year. And this summer, ironically, I picked up a book that titled The Anxious Generation. And I thought it was very well documented, and the author used the iPhone. And the iPhone came out in 2008 or 6, somewhere in that range. But social media didn't hit hard on the iPhone where you could rate a kid's looks if you're a high school student. And so judging other people on a social media app on the iPhone was about 2013. And so now you think about all these kids going to high school, and we never had this. They can be made fun of on social media. They don't even know it, and they're walking out of a classroom and people are laughing. Yeah. So it's a different world we all live in because we're all criticized and compared to more and faster. And with that, you need to balance that with support. And I think, lots of coaches that have gone, that I watch around the league in the NHL, there's a lot of great coaches and a lot of good young coaches that are really good at that. The X's and O's, I say to people, are easy now. When the X's and O's are a very simple part of hockey. It's connecting with people and getting people motivated and excited. And that's changed dramatically. X's and O's became big when video hit the computer. You could watch 100 or 1,000 forechecks over and over and over and say, okay, these are the key components on a forecheck. And so, you didn't have to be in the NHL to become better at that. So that's the easy part. I just can't imagine doing this or that I did it. I called Brian Matthews one time in Austin's U17 year. And I said, Brian, do you have any idea how good your son is? And his reply was no. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you, what is this conversation? And I had to explain to him, and I said, I think this is what's going to happen to Austin. I said, you honestly have to prepare for your life to become very chaotic and crazy. And lo and behold, he gets drafted in Toronto instead of, some different market. And we know how crazy it can be here. Oh, yeah. But and then the last thing I'll say on it is I remember leading up to the draft, lots of people said, can he handle Toronto? And I thought, absolutely, no problem. And the biggest thing for me is when a young player comes in the league, and we talked about earlier, if they're a -2 or 3 and they have a really tough night, you get to know how they're going to respond. And some that breaks their confidence, and maybe they need a stint in the AHL. You got to get them out of the pressure. But Austin was so good that if that happened, and when it's happened in his career, it doesn't hurt his confidence. He knows that he's in that category of player that I know I can redeem myself just get me to the next game now. And they can do, the best players can do that. And that's a different echelon of player at the NHL level that can do that. So if you look at the top players in the NHL, their confidence is not going to break. The guys right under that, they have a bad night. They may not want that next game.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio. SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Sirius XM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
New York Rangers legend and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to share what it was like to play in the 1994 finals with the New York Rangers, as well as ending the 54-year drought for the franchise and how that team represented what a hockey team is all about.
Well, look, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about 1994 as well. You mentioned Mike Keenan. We spoke with him in studio a couple of weeks ago. He still speaks so highly of you and of that run. So take us back to ending the 54-year drought. In Game 7, you get a power play goal. You shovel a puck underneath of Kirk McLean. Stands up as the game winner, as it turns out. So take us back to that hot, steamy night. What was it, June 14th of 1994 at the Garden in New York?
Just, you know, I guess just starting, going to the rink, trying to keep your same routine. Brian Leach and I would always drive together down through Times Square, down Broadway 7th Avenue to take a right-hand turn on 33rd Street. And you could feel things were different, even from the Upper West Side. Just the vibe and the energy of the whole city was just electrified. Getting down towards Madison Square Garden, seeing the crowd already starting to build, the police officers surrounding the Garden. It was a carnival-like atmosphere. Obviously, we knew we were something on the cusp of doing something that hadn't been done in 54 years. The magnitude of it was palpable. I mean, the energy, just everything just seemed to be so electrified. You try to keep yourself in the moment. You try to stay with your routine. Obviously, there's a much more at stake. And then, we found ourselves, much like we did in 87, up 3-1 in the series, losing to the fifth game, where it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that New York Rangers were finally going to win a Stanley Cup after 54 years. Only to find ourselves, the party atmosphere got a little bit delayed and then had to go back to Vancouver, which again, we got trounced in Vancouver, just like we did in 87. And now we're coming home for Game 7. And the same thing happened. It just, we felt good about our chances. We felt we were a better team than Vancouver. We felt that we should have wrapped up the series earlier against Vancouver, but that's the greatest thing about sports. You can think all you want, but the reality is they got a heartbeat over there too. They got pride over there too. They're there for a reason because they're a great team. And here we are in Game 7 and happen to go out and execute a great game plan to beat a very hungry, very young, very physical, hard team to play against in Vancouver. And luckily for us, we had a lot of experience. We had a dynamic, incredible amount of talent with Brian Leach and Sergei Zubov, Alex Kovalev, Adam Graves and Mike Richter and net, and then sprinkled in with some veterans, some hardened veterans with McTavish and Tikkanen and Steve Larmer and Noonan and Mateau and Jeff Bukaboom and Jay Wells and all the amazing players that banded together that year to create maybe not the most skilled team that's ever won a Stanley Cup, but if you look up the word team, they could put the 1994 Ranger team right there, and that year, that team epitomizes what a team is all about.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
Six-time Stanley Cup champion and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier stopped by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin to discuss what Game 7 means to him and what it's like to also lose a Game 7.
Well, when you think about the two greatest words in sports, you think about Game 7 for many reasons. Obviously, to get to a Game 7, both teams obviously very evenly matched from the literal sense, the Game 7. You don't have to be a sport fan to understand that something's big at stake and that you will go watch it, even if you don't know the teams, you don't know the players, you know the backdrop, because it's the greatest form of reality TV in the world, because there is going to be a winner and a loser. A lot at stake, obviously. But for me personally, it's a lifetime journey to acquire the skill set that's required to be able to perform when the stakes are the highest, under the most scrutinized pressure, when you're expected to perform. And you think about a Game 7 moment or Game 7, that's when you have to perform. It's a winner or go home situation. And what are the skill sets that are required to do that? Obviously, we've practiced our game and honed our skill set for years and years and years, tens of thousands of hours of honing our skills. But emotionally, mentally, what prepares you to play in those moments and perform when you're expected to? That, I think, is what really defines a Game 7 moment for the players that have excelled in Game 7 moments. And what are those life lessons that we can teach our young boys and girls, and the skill sets required to do that? The breathing, it's being able to slow your heart down and your blood pressure goes up, and your decision making is rash and concentration varies because of all of it. What allows you to kind of really slow down and use your God-given talent, and then obviously the repetitions through your whole life that you know you can do it. You just got to be able to do it when it matters most. It's like hitting a home run, and like Aaron Boone did, or doing something special at the right moments. And I think the educational part of the docuseries is really fascinating to me there, to help our young boys and girls who will be faced with big decisions in their life. And you don't have to be a sport fan to have a Game 7 moment in life. Everybody's faced with decisions that are going to alter the trajectory of their lives in one way or another there. And we're trying to figure out what those skill sets are.
What does it feel like to lose a Game 7?
Fortunately for me, I never experienced what the Oilers did last year, of going all the way to the end in a championship game and losing in a Game 7. Anytime you get to a Game 7, it's a hard journey to get there. Two teams, evenly matched. It's been a war. It's been a tug of war. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's tired. And then to lose that is devastating. I think about my own experience in Game 7, winning 7 of them. The two still hurt to this day. What could I have done different? You always say that you got to lose in order to understand how to win. I do agree with that. I think there are lessons in loss and in failure, both as a team and as an individual. If I had my preference, I would have liked to have learned those lessons while I was winning. But unfortunately, that's just not the way it is. But I look back at it now and just think about how grateful I am for all the lessons in wins and the losses, because it really ends up defining who you are as a person and as a player.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers and New York Rangers, Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on the morning skate for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91 to discuss the pressures of Game 7 after having played in 9 Game 7s himself, winning 7 of them, and how you can either thrive under pressure or crumble underneath it.
I almost look at Game 7s, Mark, like I do overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs or overtime in any sporting event where you've got so much pressure on you and every play gets magnified. Could you, during the course of your career, and you don't have to name names, but could you look around the dressing room or could you look on the opposing bench and could you figure out those that wanted to be the hero and those that just wanted to avoid making the mistake. I mean, was that plain for you to see that there were those that wanted the puck on their stick with the game on the line that could thrive under pressure, and then you had the opposite as well?
I felt myself in those moments there defaulting to the more defensive side of the game. And then I played with my right winger, who I won 6 Stanley Cups with, Glenn Anderson. He was the kind of guy that was trying to, really drive hard offensively and take the game and try to score the winning goal. And we're on the same line. Maybe that the difference of us in our mentalities work perfectly. But everybody's wired different. Everybody's got fear, failure. The best have that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to internalize those feelings, but you can't let them paralyze you. And it's for me, going into a Game 7, I allowed myself to visualize what if we didn't win, leading up to the game, and then slowly as you get closer to the game, you allow yourself to kind of push the negative feelings aside, and you start to fill yourself up with all the great things that are going to happen and what you need to do to execute the game plan, and of course ultimately to seeing yourself holding the trophy. And then as the game starts, all the negative and the positive go away, and then you drill yourself down into just executing the game plan, and you don't think about the what ifs and what should have been or what could have been. You just really kind of play in the moment, and I think trust becomes a massive word when you think about it. Can I trust each one of the players that are going out there to not only to do their part from a strategic standpoint, be in the right position, be in the right places at the right time, but not get undisciplined and take poor penalties at the wrong time because their ego is bruised and someone took advantage of them, and being able to hold all that in check. So there's just so many dynamics to think about for a team in order to overcome all the obstacles to win a championship. And it's fascinating to me. It's one of the reasons I was able to play 26 years, because once you do it, you understand how fun it is, but also how complicated and intricate it is to kind of get not only the team from a physical standpoint to come together, but how a team comes together emotionally, mentally, and the spirituality around a team, and the respect that lives inside that locker room is incredible.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
Mark Messier is a 6-time Stanley Cup champion. He won 5 with the Edmonton Oilers and 1 with the New York Rangers, and is the only player to captain 2 teams to Stanley Cup championships. In Edmonton, after winning back-to-back Stanley Cup championships in 1984 and 85, it wasn't until 1987 where the team would win their 3rd Stanley Cup championship. Speaking on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Messier joined Scott Laughlin for the morning skate on SiriusXM Channel 91 to talk about what it was like to win that 1987 Stanley Cup Finals series against the Philadelphia Flyers, despite blowing a 3-1 series lead and having to win it in a Game 7.
Mark, let's go back to the 1987 Canada, or not Canada Cup. That was still to come.
That was
but
a
the
good Canada Cup.
That wasn't Game 7, but that was an all-decider as well, as we know. But for Game 7... Yeah, that was pretty good stuff. But 87 in the Stanley Cup final, you're facing Philadelphia. You're up 3-1 in the series. They come back to tie it. Now you've got Game 7. Take us back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year. 87, we got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning a championship, even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7, and then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. And you can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past. And so everything's at stake, everything's on the line, and I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty. And sure enough, we were able to win our 3rd cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, May the 17th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 8 p.m., Dallas Stars face the Winnipeg Jets. Stars on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 928. Jets on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, Sirius XM 86, and the SXM app.
Former Colorado Avalanche chairman and CEO Charlie Lyons was on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio Channel 91 with Steve Kouleas to discuss what it was like successfully keeping Joe Sakic in Colorado in 1997 during a chaotic 7-day time frame.
That all this, Charlie, comes together in 7 days. Like this isn't one moving part. Like if we get the Fox deal done, it's done. If the movie does really well, we'll borrow from the future, even though that wasn't the best thing, as you alluded to, from the movie company. Or the mayor says, yeah, we're gonna do that. Like they could have said, it's August, we'll talk after Labor Day. So what's incredible, everybody knew, right? That you got it done that quickly, which is almost, it's hard to do one deal in 5 business days, let alone the 7 you dealt with.
You know, in the movie business, I make this point in the documentary. One of the things that keeps an audience engaged is if the clock is ticking. You know, find the person that's been kidnapped, disable the bomb, stop the terrorist, get to the stage on time so you can get up and do your stand-up comedy when the audience is waiting. The ticking clock makes people realize we don't have time to screw around. We got to fix this and do it right now. So that was, in many ways, as miserable it was for, and particularly with my team, because I had a great team, you know, but they did the heavy lifting because in essence, we had to do everything on handshakes. You're not going to get everything documented, but you're talking about the most honorable parties on earth, the mayor, Fox, Liberty Media. When they shake your hand, it's gold. And so we got it all done, and here we are.
What was it like this is 1997, so no e-transfers. What was it like to tell the Rangers, to quote a song, to take this and shove it? Who made the call and said, by the way, here's the check for Joe Sakic, bye-bye, NYC?
Well, Pierre went to Joe's house and delivered the money. I got up with Liberty and Fox and the mayor at City Hall, and we announced the arena deal, Fox and Liberty. And we were coordinated. It was choreographed. And then I was a speechwriter when I was a kid. And I had the blessing to do some work for the governor of New York when he was vice president, Nelson Rockefeller. And he had that famous picture where he was being heckled and he offered his opinion of that. And that picture of him flipping the bird was, I figured, a nice gift to send Dave Checketts, who was a good friend of mine, by the way.
I love it. I never knew that. I love it.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
Former owner of the Colorado Avalanche, Charlie Lyons, had 7 days to figure out how to keep Joe Sakic from joining the New York Rangers back in '97, and he stopped by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio with Steve Koulias to talk about how a little film called Air Force One helped him feel more confident in the face of this chaos and keep Sakic.
Okay. Coincident with that, we were releasing Air Force One. I had another company, Beacon Communications, run by two terrific film producers, Armin Bernstein and Mark Abraham. And we had decided to make a big movie. There's no guarantee how those things work out, but everything came together. Wolfgang Peterson, Harrison Ford, terrific script by Andrew Marlowe. And it was pure joy. And it came out and it was one of the most successful movies of all time, leading R-rated release in history. So you're feeling kind of good about things. And what that did was it created some confidence when you get cold-cocked like this. A really successful organization, Jim Cronin, Art Aaron, Tim Romani, who built Kaminsky Park, to sort of huddle and say, okay, what do we do with this? Do we want 5 draft picks? What are we going to do without Joe? Well, that was an idiot test, right? What are you going to do without Joe? You're going to end up in the toilet. And Joe was, somebody that Pierre saw as a potential successor for him when he was no longer interested in being the president of the team. And so there was so much at stake. In essence, what you do, you bang around like a pinball for about 3 days trying to figure out where the restroom is. But then you get your act together and you say, okay, well, let's not waste this crisis. What would we need to do to put ourselves, the company, in the best position to feel smart about matching this offer? And the answer was pretty simple. You're not going to take money from the film company and pay a professional athlete, say, thanks for, you've grown up, Beacon, you've done a great job, and as a prize, we're going to take all your money away and play a hockey player. That wouldn't happen. But what that did is it allowed me to pick up the phone and call the mayor and say, hey, Wellington, look, let's finish the arena deal, because in order to sell to all of our free agents a vision about what Denver sports and Colorado sports can be, we should be in a state-of-the-art venue. And we've got all the pieces in place to do that. Let's finish that deal. That'll send a message. And these things we're haggling over, I need them to pay Joe Sakic and keep the team together. We've got to be able to put a respectable product on the ice. Number 2, great corporate partner, Liberty Media. They're legendary in the media business. And to reach out to them and say, look, now we have the arena. We got these 2 teams and things are relatively stable. How would you like to invest in a small piece? And not coincidentally, the exact number that we need to match this offer. So I'm padding, our resources. And then the final piece, which was the one we were pretty confident we could get done. We didn't know if we'd get any of it done, but we were confident we might get this last one done, is that Fox wanted to re-up with the Avalanche and the Nuggets. So to cement them for a long period of time and maybe recalibrate the rights payment so we got more up front, again, improving, that gave us the strength to then turn around and on day 7 and say, oops, sorry, you stank.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
In the summer of 1997, the New York Rangers tried to sign away Joe Sakic from the Colorado Avalanche, and owner of the Avs at that time, Charlie Lyons, had 7 days to figure out how to keep Sakic. Stopping by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91, Lyons was on to talk with Steve Kouleas from the Power Play about his initial reaction to the news of New York offering Sakic $15 million up front in their deal.
I remember the summer of 1997. The Rangers have offer sheeted Joe Sakic. It's a 3-year deal, $21 million, $15 million up front. I remember that part. Joining us now is Charlie Lyons, the Avs CEO. The big honcho at the time joins me on the Power Play. So where were you, Charlie, when you first heard the news? Did you fall off your chair?
Well, I didn't fall off my chair, but I left my heart in San Francisco. The phone rang. It was Mark Kisla, who terrific journalist that was always sort of ahead of stories. And he said, "Hey, what do you think about the offer sheet for Joe Sakic for $21 million with 15 up front? How you doing?" Your mind goes to, oh, he's obviously kidding. He wants something else, but he wasn't kidding. And so, it's a punch. I was getting ready to go on vacation, so that's the right time to slam somebody. And that's what it was. So I was a neighbor, my dear friend Pierre Lacroix, and collaborator, lived across the cul-de-sac. So we met at the center of the cul-de-sac, and he just gave me this look like, wow, who'd have thunk? And then, what are you going to do? What's your plan, big guy? Because that's a lot of money. 30 years ago, that kind of contract was destabilizing, to say the least. And also, Dave Checkins had done his homework, right? That they had been smart enough to, because we were publicly traded and we were a young company. He looked at the balance sheet and said, look how much money they have in the bank. So we offer $1 more. That's going to knock their company on their ear. They're going to have to take 5 picks. So, given that he had Richter and he had, the greatest player of all time, Wayne Gretzky, and by the way, Joe Sakic's idol, that was going to be a powerful team. And having just lost Messier, he needed to do something. And so he did the right thing. He said, what the heck? There's a chance they aren't going to be able to pull it off. And at least I'm making an effort. And so I felt pretty beat up, candidly.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live, hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
Mark Messier is a 6-time Stanley Cup champion. He won 5 with the Edmonton Oilers and 1 with the New York Rangers, and is the only player to captain 2 teams to Stanley Cup championships. In Edmonton, after winning back-to-back Stanley Cup championships in 1984 and 85, it wasn't until 1987 where the team would win their third Stanley Cup championship. Speaking on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Messier joined Scott Laughlin for the morning skate on Sirius XM Channel 91 to talk about what it was like to win that 1987 Stanley Cup Finals series against the Philadelphia Flyers, despite blowing a 3-1 series lead and having to win it in a Game 7.
Mark, let's go back to the 1987 Canada, or not Canada Cup. That was still the Cup.
That was
but
the
1987.
That was
yes, that wasn't Game 7, but that was an all-decider as well, as we know. But for Game 7, yeah, that was pretty good stuff. But 87 in the Stanley Cup final, you're facing Philadelphia. You're up 3-1 in the series. They come back to tie it. Now you've got Game 7. Take us back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year. 87, we got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about it's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning a championship, even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7, and then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. You can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past, and so everything's at stake, everything's on the line, and I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty. And sure enough, we were able to win our third cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
Sirius XM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 9. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 9. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 9. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 7:30 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Florida Panthers. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM Channels 91, Internet 946, Panthers on Internet 9. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Sunday, May the 18th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
New York Rangers legend and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to share what it was like to play in the 1994 finals with the New York Rangers, as well as ending the 54-year drought for the franchise and how that team represented what a hockey team is all about.
Well, look,